Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder, Season 4, Episode 11, The New Ship. We shall begin, as always, with introductions, beginning with the pedantic one himself, Taldarius.
Hello, I am Taldarius, and I will be the storyteller for Ascent to Ascend.
Ah, crap. One sec. The reactives broke.
Damn it.
There.
Technical difficulties right out the box. Let's go.
It's working now.
Huzzah!
Alright, nice. Well, yes, I am Taldarius, and I am the storyteller for Ascent to Ascend.
And then top to bottom, left to right, etc.
I am Tochemay, and I'm playing Gar the Knoll. Rar, rar, rar.
And class.
Barbarian.
Yeah, he said it. It was rar rar rar.
Hello, everyone. Wait. Okay, making sure I wasn't muted. Hello, everyone. I'm Kerr. I am playing Kemo, the Proto-Wraith Soul Weaver. We get to have happy fun times!
I am Zim, and I am playing as the Marten twins, Tom and Tim. They are psionics, though using the Incanter class.
Hello, everybody. I am the Fox Bard, and I am playing Moriarty McCann, who is the Fox Bard. He is a fox, he is a bard, if that was not obvious. Unfortunately, I am the only good aligned character in this party.
Sworn that Gar was good aligned.
Gar's good aligned, I think.
I thought he was neutral.
I think it was neutral good.
Okay.
Neutral good. I just can't be chaotic.
I'm Tanya Sapien, and I am playing Rosalia Natusignus, the Necros Necromancer. I make dead things slightly less dead, and Moriarty still won't accept my invitation to make him into a vampire. I think it'd be an improvement.
Listen, I might be sexier, but the world's not ready for it.
Speaking of things that were not ready, the world is not ready. Hello, I am Templeton Jägermeister von Glorious Borkenborg Wolfenstein. I am a Wolven and a Paladin, and that's it.
And a big beefy boy.
And hyper cursed.
Yeah, I'm very cool.
Hopefully slightly less cursed after I talk to Graves.
I dissolve to suffer.
All right. So, who wants to do the recap?
I did listen to the VOD last night at work. I know it's been a little while, so Timber might not remember.
I can do what Temple saw.
Go for it. And then we'll have
which really
Rosalia
isn't that
fill
long.
in the blanks.
Alright, so, previous episode.
going
Kemo
yet?
got people things? Yeah, man things. And came to the boat. Yeah, boat. And we saw a lot of man children. And I decided to go take a bath because I'm so filthy stinky. And then we go to the bath with the boys, and then we got course again. We got torn into these rat thingies. And then I got out, I shot it with the gun, And then one of the Marten twins came over and said I was looking better, which was a lie wrong. And then we got out of there, and I locked myself in my room boat with my boys. And hold on a second.
You taking a sippy?
This
Holy water.
This holy water isn't made to imperial standards. It's not good, so we just gotta keep drinking more. It's Rosalia, lady thing, cover for me, cover. That's
Oh
your
my
cue.
fucking god.
That's your cue.
I don't know why.
Provided
Just-
you're not dead.
I don't know why. Just the Skaven timber gets me every fucking time.
Should be a permanent edition.
No.
Okay, so last time on Goofball Z, god damn it. Never had to come down off somebody's voice acting before. Okay, fucking Christ. All I can think of now is rat. You broke me. Kemo!
All right, chat,
Kemo,
that's your cue. You all need to make sure that you use influence to make Rosalia rat as well.
Remember, chat, that I know where Zim lives? I will go into credit card debt to visit him in real life.
This
bad
is why
things
I
will happen.
crusade, because chat.
Anyways. So, Kemo went Pied Piper through the in the city. Most specifically, he went and talked to some orphans, and they was like, "Hey kids, you want a job?" Or yeah, something along those lines. Fuck if I know. Anyways, he ends up with a whole bunch of kids. There he's like, "Hey, look, new crew," and everyone else is just like, "Ooh, okay." Not exactly, on board with it. Some people more than others. Most against it was Moriarty, who was very, very loudly against it for a full 2 hours of the game, which is impressive. That's a new record.
Just
Rose,
remember, talking
did-
is a free action, so that entire argument took only 6 seconds.
in their universe. In this universe, it took 2 hours. Fourth wall is fun. It's asynchronous. Anyways, Rosalia finished making her phylactery, which she immediately gave to Kemo, and she emphatically apologized for accidentally using Command Undead on him, and has warned him what words of power to watch out for in the future. So, if he hears her using those, he knows to cover his ears. I'm trying to remember the other stuff that happened. Well, obviously, Timber, he and the other Wolven went to the baths in the town. It turned out there was something in the water. Wostein put it there. And I got a freaking sneeze that's trying to get out right now, which is really distracting. Gar, he sat in his room for most of the session because he was still resting up after taking all of the fatigue ever in the previous fight. You know, he did it saving everyone's lives, so, you know, worthwhile investment. He did end up joining the argument towards the end, going, well, why can't we take kids into combat? So he was on the side of, why not child soldiers? Rose was on the side of, it's the same danger they face at home. Moriarty was on the side of, okay, but why kids? And Timber was on the side of, can you carry a cannonball? Then you can serve.
Which led to a fun test.
So, we are in the aftermath of that argument, and at the current state of things, Gar has gone back to his room, not really being that fazed by it. Timber is hiding in his room because he's turned into a rat. The twins have stormed off, functionally running off to their room. They went off into the town, I think, because they were offended by something Kemo said. Moriarty has gone to his favorite room at the tavern. And the only person I don't remember what they're doing right now is Kemo. Oh yeah, and at some point in time, Kemo went and to prison to do some stuff, but it's not important. It's not like we freed a high-level necromancer who's currently baking bread in the galley or anything. That never happened.
He is very nice. And he does just want to be a baker. We need to support his life choices and help him start a bakery.
Kemo, are you being forced to say that? Blink twice for yes.
No.
I don't believe you.
Look, if you're afraid for your afterlife, you can tell me. I'm a necromancer. I can help with these things.
No, really, he just wants to be a baker.
Yeah, I don't buy that for a second.
Really does.
I hope that my synopsis was convoluted enough. So basically, everybody's angry at everybody at the moment.
I'm not angry mad.
You're angry at yourself.
Kemo's not really angry. He's just like, okay.
He's not angry mad, he's angry haha. Which is a different kind of mad entirely.
I can't be angry right now.
I'm too exhausted to be angry.
Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, Rose isn't technically mad either. She's just exasperated because she's like, well, fuck, they're all yelling at each other again. Guess I'll go try to resolve things.
At least Grug is having the time of his life.
So it's ironic. She's an evil character, but she ends up resolving the most conflicts because she realizes this is a chemical concoction that only works when all ingredients are present. She knows that her odds of completing her mission are a lot better when everybody's working together, so she ends up playing moderator despite being evil.
You can be evil and still help your allies.
Yeah, it's because they're
Yeah,
very
look at the
useful
American
tools.
healthcare system.
Emotional damage.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
The _Ogilvin just resubscribed for 5 months. Chat, let's all get angry with all of them as well. Let's swap everyone's bedsheets around greater than D.
Greater than D?
It's
If somebody gives me Rose's bed sheet, it's basically a napkin.
I would like to point out something. Rose has been sleeping on a bed of straw, so her bed sheet would just be straw.
Kemo doesn't need to sleep. He just stays up. He gets to enjoy the beautiful night sky because it's the only time he doesn't need to cloak himself in darkness or risk dying.
But yes, so we did leave off specifically with Vesk going to find out where your flour is and make some bread, and the twins going off into the town. So let's start off with the latter one. What are the twins doing going around, running off into town at like 2:30 a.m.?
Well, at 2:30 a.m., probably just looking for somewhere, like a rooftop or something to sleep. Because they want to go shopping, but I doubt any of the shops would be open.
Well, you can easily find rooftops. It's a little bit awkward, like finding one that you can lay on comfortably, because they all have that weird angling thing, so that way, like, almost no matter where you are, you can see the tower. And that's especially true on the rooftops. Yes?
Martens have no spines.
I'm just saying one that you won't slide because of the angling.
Fair enough.
I choose to believe. I choose to believe that what they've done is they found a rooftop that has a chimney, and they just kind of sprawl out in that little nook between the chimney and the tiles. So that way, when the morning fire gets lit for breakfast, that's their alarm clock to wake up.
But yeah, I was talking about
Dude.
because of the weird angling they do at the roofs in order to achieve this.
Fair enough. Doesn't have to be a rooftop. Just somewhere to sleep until morning.
Up on the rooftop, click, click, click.
Down through the chimney comes the Marten twins.
I find
I think the
find
Marten
that
twins would be
video-
taking instead of giving, though.
I find the video that you're
yeah.
playing right now to be very entertaining.
Yeah.
Specifically, the fact that they had to have the special lock on the door so that the Marten wouldn't just open it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So, do you want to, like, async time skip until you can, the shop start opening, or do you want to, try and keep in time with everyone else?
I mean, there's been a lot of chaos involved with with the time sync,
Yeah, which
things
is why I'm
going
asking.
crazy with time, so probably best to try and keep everybody in the same time.
All right.
'Cause,
In that case, you
know,
can find a nice nook to hang out in.
I
for now.
definitely want to do the shopping with them. It's just,
Yeah,
it's really
okay.
confusing when we're trying to figure out, okay, so are you coming back? Did you come back to the ship before I did my scene or after? Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair. I just wanted to ask.
When all the time travelers meet up and have to compare notebooks.
All right. So, I guess we'll go back to the ship. And basically, everyone that's awake right now can hear someone climbing down the little ladder that is there to go from the main deck to the middle deck.
What is going on?
Well, you would know that Vesk just talked about finding out where the flour is to make some bread.
Oh, yes.
So he's searching for your kitchen. As for everyone else that's down there doing whatever, awake, you can very clearly hear that someone is shambling down. The weird part is that it's not someone who is small, and it's not someone who's giant.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Rose would have shown him to the galley. Because the brig is
Okay.
right next to it, and she was gonna go lie down for a bit.
Okay.
But
In that case, yeah, you could hear a pair of figures shambling down.
shambling? I'm not that undead.
That's the skeleton crew.
Look, I had to make the joke. You're both necromancers. All right.
Watch me shamble,
Oh.
watch me nay-nay.
But yeah,
Rosalia, your
so-
knees are bending in quite a bit.
You just gotta show them to where you keep flour.
Yeah.
He's gonna go ahead and grab the flour, some other ingredients, and immediately start getting to work.
Meanwhile, Rose, just laying down for a few minutes, starts thinking about the current state of the crew, grumbles, gets back up, goes off to the galley to assist Vesk, and attempt to slip in some very specific questions.
How do you want to lead it off then?
Would this be the first thing that's happening? Because Moriarty had already run off to the tavern, so if he's going to be doing the scene there, then that'd be that.
The scene there is he is drinking. Please proceed.
And
Okay.
Kemo and Gar?
Do you
Alright,
guys want to be
deal.
doing anything in specific?
I'd be opening the door and listening to the conversation.
All right. Do you want to make this a stealthy, or are you just opening up your door so that way you can hear it?
His door's
Just-
around a corner from them, so.
Well, yeah, I'm asking if he wants to just like throw open the door, or if he wants to like crack it open slightly.
Just throw
Kicks
open
it
the door.
almost off the hinges. What you talking about?
What you talking? Yeah.
What you
But
talking about,
yeah,
Willis?
you can. It's a little bit distant,
talking about,
but with your
Hebrews?
ears, you can still hear what's being said.
Sorry, I
And
had
for
to
Kemo,
clear my throat there.
Kemo would probably just be hanging up on the top of the ship and just kind of relaxing and getting to more used to his new abilities and powers. And well, he doesn't need to sleep anymore, so he's enjoying it.
then go ahead and do your little opener. I'm talking to Tanya.
Yeah, so she's going to start helping him, which, because of her upbringing, she's actually competent in the kitchen.
Yep.
Just- Carry on.
I was gonna say by base, I'm just gonna let you know that he looks like he does know what he's doing.
I'm trying to actually get into the character mindset here. Fuck.
I feel like
Difficulties.
it's her mindset.
Okay, fuck you.
That's
There you go.
It's still not her mindset.
That's the opposite of that. You're a bard.
Yeah, it's Moriarty's mindset. I should know.
So, Vesk.
Yeah.
We both know that you aren't just an ordinary baker. Ordinary bakers don't walk around with valuable gemstones in their pockets. They don't know teleport, and they don't pick locks like they're reading a book. Whoever you actually are, isn't really my business.
Oh well,
But you
don't
do
worry. My
seem-
name is Vesk.
You have a right to your privacy, and I'll respect that. But you're very clearly a very worldly person with a lot of experience in the field. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but the crew is about ready to come apart at the seams. Any advice you have on preventing that from happening would be appreciated.
Well, it has been a while since I actually ran with anyone like you're doing here. Mostly we just sort of, back when I was actually doing this sort of stuff. I'm retired since then. We just sort of... look, I'm gonna be honest with you here. Most adventurers, like you are, absolutely messed up in the head. It's better to just kind of let everyone's little weirdness play out and find a way to make it work together instead of, doing anything to change it. It takes a special kind of person to actually want to go out onto the high seas and try fighting dangerous monsters that would kill most people instantly. I'm just gonna let you know you're never gonna be dealing with normal people here.
Well, I'm not interested in perfect cohesion, just in having them not kill each other or wander off into the mist.
Well, you see, that is something that I don't think you're ever really gonna fix. Look, I'm gonna be real here. When I used to run around, I was dealing with a guy that could teleport anywhere. And when I say anywhere, I mean he never walked anywhere. He teleported about 5 feet instead of taking a step. I don't know how he managed that, but he did it. And so that was his own little weird thing. He did that all the time. The problem is that there was another one of us that was very sensitive to magic and got really annoyed about the fact that he could feel magic popping every time that one person wanted to move. Now, all I'm gonna say is that there's a little bit of friction that tends to happen when people start getting some of the more specific abilities, like you're probably about to get. And look, I'm retired here. my group, we all broke up. I cannot give you extremely good advice specifically on how to keep together an adventuring party. Mostly for groups like this, you point it at a problem and then the problem goes away or everyone dies. One of the two. I mean, look, do you even have like a unified alignment or something, or is it just a grab bag here? Because I'm looking around and it looks like a grab bag.
Moriarty and Kemo seem to be trying to be nice, trying to do good in the world. Gar just kind of exists. Timber actively wants to bring everything together under one flag for all the good and bad. I'm constantly resisting the compulsion to choke everybody to death, which I can't tell if that's because of the attitude of the people around me or if that's corruption slowly seeping in from the Cowler. And the twins, if we could read them, we wouldn't be in half the situations we end up in.
Look, I'm just gonna let you know that every single group I've ever dealt with and ever met and ever gave advice like this to is just a grab bag of psychos. And I'm just gonna let you know that ain't gonna change. It ain't gonna change. You're gonna be dealing with it. So I just recommend that you find a way to deal with each person individually. And if two people are having problems, I mean, it depends on the people, but it's better to just kind of facilitate them trying to talk through it. And then, if nothing else works, just have them beat each other up a couple times. That tends to get it out of their system.
Oh, I think I have a fox that I need to go talk to. Your dough is ready, by the way.
Hey, thank you.
She's just going to wipe her hands down and head off to go find Moriarty.
Hey, if you ever get tired of this whole adventuring thing like I did, then, go ahead and try and find me. I'd pay you as an assistant.
You could always just kill them all.
You do realize I only plan on remaining a necromancer until after I've closed out my contracts. I would very much like to go back to being an artificer.
Well, I mean, look at me.
Baker.
I got all the power and money in the world, and so I went and started a bakery.
I think I'll make a watch. I think I'll set a watch shop as my retirement goal. I like clockwork.
Oh, there you go. Have a goal you can work towards. Have your farm you can retire to.
She's gonna be wandering off to go look for Moriarty. That'll probably take a while, since he didn't say which tavern he's going to.
How many taverns are in this town?
Try the closest one. Hey,
Oh, you're in a port town.
Rosalia, try the closest one. He's a lazy piece of shit.
Yeah. But yeah, so
you're in a port town, there's a tavern on every corner.
Specifically next to the docks. There's so many taverns near the docks, and then it thins out a lot as you go further in.
Which one's the physically as closest to this one as this?
No, see, Timber, that's actually a misnomer. That would have been the first one he goes to. The real X factor is how many times he got kicked out of one of them and had to go to the next one down the street. That's how we'll know how far he went.
Oh, just keep going to the one to the right. It'll eventually be right.
Exactly. Just like going through a labyrinth.
Real adventurers go right, because there was nothing left.
So yeah, that means that Gar definitely would have overheard Rose being concerned about the group's cohesion being absolute shit.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
And that's my scene. Trying not to dominate the space this episode.
Alright. So you're going off to try and find Morgan. Does anyone have anything they want to do before it actually starts reaching dawn and things start livening up?
Chemo's pretty good right now.
Timber, you want to become unscaven?
Yeah.
When it comes dawn, yeah, you'll be unscavenified.
Well, I don't think there's any more holy water.
Yeah, I'd be.
This
don't know
isn't made to imperial standards, so we're just upping the dose.
Rose, can I speak to you for a minute?
Stops halfway up the ladder, backtracks, walks backwards towards the car's door, flops into the doorway. What?
I know I've been a little bit of a pain, but I was wondering if you could tell me about the good things about your religion.
What? Just complete shock. What?
Oh, for a second I thought that was more Rosalia going, good things? Haha, well, that's a short list.
Well, no, she's just confused and surprised by Gar asking. That is actually her going like, wait, what? Why are you curious?
Yeah. There wasn't much that we could learn about the other religions in my tribe. It was mostly just Lamashtu, and that was it.
Look, Gar, if I'm being perfectly honest, I do talk a lot of shit about Hades. I do talk a lot of shit about my religions because I kinda sorta got forced into it. If I'm being perfectly honest, the guy's actually not all that bad. I just don't like the fact that I never got proper consent in the situation. What he does is he ensures the passage of the dead. He ensures that they get where they're going. And those who defy the natural order, he makes sure that they get squarely punished in short order. That is his domain. He's most of the reason why you can make an undead easily enough, but resurrection is slightly more costly.
Isn't still making undead against the natural order of things?
They're, generally speaking, empty husks. You saw how much of a hurdle it was trying to bring Dad back. He's still not fully back. If I were to ask his opinion on anything, he would just say, "What do you think?" every time. He's basically incapable of making his own decisions.
Or he's trying to make you make a decision on your own.
When I was stuffing his soul back into that body, I could feel that it didn't quite fit. I'm fairly certain that he's completely slaved to my will, which is a hell of a corruption of me trying to bring him back to get back the person that I lost, all things considered. But what more can you expect from a god of death? You try to mock death, he laughs back at you.
Have you tried talking with your father since this happened?
We talk all the time. If I'm being perfectly honest, it's not that bad of a. Hades isn't that bad of a person to follow. I could walk you through the basics of the rites, rituals, and ceremonies if you really want. But just like with any god, if you're actually going to start, interacting with them, you have to be ready for everything that entails.
Well, I understand that by me turning my back on Lamashtu, bad stuff's going to happen to me.
Which brings me to my next point, which is the Kaiserin. You may have noticed, not sure if it's I don't think it's just timber. At first I thought it was, paladins are going to be paladins. But I'm beginning to think that that's just how the Kaiserin is. That she's just that kind of, how best to put it? I come first, second, and third you have to exist somewhere in the back. I mean, I get it. She appears to be a very driven person. That appears to be part of her mantle, part of her domain. But at the same time, if you're going to be attempting to transition religions, trying to change your loyalties, expect Timber to be very forward and direct about advertising his when he finds out. And gotta be real here. If you decide to start following Hades, he's going to point the finger at me and ask why I'm trying to, how best to phrase it, snipe followers from under him.
Sorry, that was kind of funny.
There are a selection of books in our library. I'm assuming you can read.
Yeah.
I would say start looking through those, research what you can about what options you have. If you want to learn about any of the Hairfolk Pantheon, you're more than welcome to. I'll sit down with you and talk with you more in detail later. But right now, I have a fox to go recover. I have shopping that needs to get done, and I have a gnome that still hasn't shown up that I need to go looking for.
And we may go check out the old fort that we walked to earlier.
Oh yeah, and then there's that.
Since there's no more undead around, that would be easy pickings.
Which means we should get there sooner rather than later before it's completely picked over.
Mm-hmm. But I'll come with you to find Moriarty.
That works for me. We can talk and walk along the way.
Okay.
So yeah, during the walk to the tavern, she's going to be listing off all of the Greco-Roman pantheon. You know, all those gods, and just giving a brief overview of the domains of each one.
Okay.
All right. How far would you say you've worked your way down the line, Moriarty?
Good work,
Honestly,
guys.
Moriarty has impeccable. I would say bar skills, I guess.
His bar
Like
game is strong.
Because he's used to, okay, I need to stop at this tavern for the night, and this is the only one I get. He doesn't really go down a line. He finds one, goes to that one, and then he's on his best behavior. Maybe he'll do performances. Even if he's just going there to drink, though, he doesn't cause commotion. That's not good commotion that the tavern owner would welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not taking the opportunity to do a bar crawl.
No.
Stealth bar.
Not unless I have like some reason to. Like if he was like, oh, there's cool booze here, but there's cooler booze over here, then maybe he'd hop from bar to bar. But otherwise, he wouldn't really see a need to do that.
All right. In that case, yeah, he'd just be at probably the nearest bar, right?
Probably, yeah.
All right. So, do you guys want to do a full bar scene? Do you want to like try pulling him aside? What are you feeling here?
Well, Rose isn't going to risk getting into another argument with Moriarty. So
About how much time has passed?
So for Moriarty going out, actually I don't even remember like when you originally went out, but like from like the 2:30 time about like when this conversation like kind of started with Vesk and all that. It honestly wouldn't have been too long. It's like 3 at most.
3 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. I assume that they weren't fighting in the middle of the night. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was daytime because he had to, like, retain shadows and whatnot.
Yeah.
So Moriarty's
I don't
been
remember.
getting blasted for hours now.
Yeah. I think it was getting close to evening when this happened. Argument. So, yeah, for, like, at least probably 8 hours or so. 8 to 10 hours that he had the opportunity to be barring.
Quick question. How much time in total in the game world has passed since we defended the city? Has it been a full day since then?
Since you defended the city?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, it's been more than a full day.
Okay. Okay, just double checking to see whether or not I have no spell slots in addition to having a point of exhaustion right now.
Yeah, no, I had to check my notes for a second, but yeah, it's definitely been more than.
Okay, carry on.
And so, Moriarty, you've had plenty of time to be barred. In fact, you've had enough time to go barring and then recover from barring. Mostly recover.
If that's the case, he's probably, like, sleeping.
Alright, did you want to get, like, rent a room for a night, or...
Oh, yeah, he probably would
go
have
back?
bought a room at a tavern.
Alright. In that case, as you go and looking for Moriarty, you see that, he's not there, but after asking around a little bit, you can very easily get information that a fox matching his exact description is currently renting a room.
And he has
on
a
the
pretty
second
unique
floor.
look.
Yeah.
How many bearded foxes wear a beret?
I'm just saying, you can very easily get some information that, he's on the second floor renting out a room.
Yeah. Moriarty is just going to wake up in the poorly lit room, going to look up and just see this hooded figure holding a scythe.
Well, the tavern, like the inn, the doors have locks. Like it's just like a deadbolt lock.
Yeah, but she would have asked, like, okay, which one is the fox in?
Well, yeah, they'll point you to a room number. He's currently in room number 7 on the second floor.
It's a lucky number.
Yeah, it's a lucky number 7.
If he,
I'm just so glad this isn't Temple looking for him and it's room number 9.
You never find him. He slipped into a pocket dimension. Well,
Can't be found.
Here's the question: did Moriarty remember to lock his door?
I'd assume so. If he recovered from being drunk.
Yeah. So when I say that he's
have him roll some con save. Let's see if this.
Are we going to do this
back,
again?
Back to doing the con saves. Do you want to do a con save, Moriarty?
For what?
See how I don't know. To see how
fucking sloshed you are,
demolished you were when you went to the room. You could not do it. I'm just asking if you want to.
Yeah,
like,
sure, why not?
Is this just I'm feeling tired, I'm going to bed for the night, or is this the opening scene of Dead Island?
Fortitude save. Fortitude save.
Where's fortitude save?
Yeah, that's the equivalent of con save.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, took it like a champ.
Yeah. No, you had plenty of booze, but you're well used to it by now, so.
Yep.
You remember to do all your nightly things, including locking the door.
Okay, so what would be the skill check for lockpicking?
I believe that's a strength check.
So do you have
I had to.
Do you have actual lockpicking proficiency?
I do not.
Do you have lockpicking lockpicks?
Yeah, I do have thieves' tools.
Okay,
When
yeah.
Rose was getting her workshop outfitted, she got basically one of each kind of kit. She has mason's tools, she has artist's tools, she has thieves' tools, she has like the full fucking set. She has a fully kitted out workshop. Because as an artificer, you never know what tool you might need. She still wants to be an artificer. She's just, currently hogtied.
But yeah, so that's disable device. So you're trying to disable the lock.
Oh, shit. Well, let's find out.
No.
I have no idea how these locks work.
Is it my turn?
Everyone else makes it look so easy.
Yeah, you can go now.
Okay, Gar. Let's see if you can do any better. This lock's it's got to be magic or some shit.
Hold up. You have a -2 in dexterity?
Normally I have a bonus. I don't know why, but it's flagging this one as -2. I don't understand.
You're trying a skill train, a trained skill untrained. You take a malice.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
As it says in the skill check, untrained.
Oh wait, no, look, it's my armor that's affecting it. Apparently, I just noticed there's a little icon for it.
Yeah, there's no malice for untrained skill checks. But yeah, the armor check penalty would make sense.
Which is weird
I didn't know
because
there was
it's
an
just
armor
a shirt.
check to...
Yeah, it's a
'cause you have
chain
Yeah,
to
shirt,
move.
well,
so
you're also not that strong.
it's a lock
Gar's
pick.
going to go up to the door and did that go through or not?
I think you missed the box.
We did not hear.
Shave and haircut.
No, we didn't hear it. But, I will say, while you may not be able to pick the lock, having the barbarian smash the door open and then hide around the corner and he just looks over to see this little itty-bitty hooded figure with a scythe, that would also be very terrifying.
Standing in the wrecked door frame. But I'm pretty
And of course,
sure
silhouetted
that,
from the light coming from behind.
also, I'm pretty fucking sure if we smash the door down, that the innkeeper might have some words.
Might brook some umbrage with that.
Some brouhaha, if you will.
You just
Kick open
Gar's
the door.
just
That's
straight
just
up
a
gonna knock on
punch
the
the
door.
wall.
But yeah, so Gar, what do you want to do?
I'm going to knock on the door and step aside to let Rose talk.
The civilized response. Yes.
How dare you?
Yeah, Moriarty. You can through sleep. You're kind of like awoken by the sound of a door knock.
And the sound of Rose on the other side of the door. Gar, he's probably passed out drunk. He can't hear that.
Moriarty does not wake up. He was sober enough to remember to lock the door, but it still put him out hard.
Yeah.
And also, Moriarty is known for being a deep sleeper. I make this a point in every game he's in.
Wait a
He's a
minute.
deep
Yeah.
sleeper.
Wait a minute. Oh.
Knock like
Hey,
a cop.
it just occurred to me. I have a very large crowbar on me at all times. I partially removed the piece binding on the scythe. I just wedged that into the door to pry it open.
Alright, are you just trying to effectively jimmy it with the blade?
Yeah, I'm just jimmying it with the blade. Gonna try to force the latch open.
All right. In that case, if you're trying to force it, that'd be strength.
Another thing I have low points on.
Well, the DC's lowered because you have leverage, but still.
I left my Imperial grade lockpick back at the boat.
All right. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like the locking mechanism is the longest thing, so you're pretty easily able to sort of like wiggle the scythe back and forth and force it to retract and unlock.
Just going to walk up to the foot of his bed. Moriarty.
Snore. Snore.
Reach out with the scythe, hook the blanket, start pulling it away from him.
Snore. Snore.
I'm gonna bonk him. I'm gonna bonk him with the handle. This would happen if the actual Grim Reaper showed up for him, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I'm bonking him with the handle.
All right, Moriarty, you've been bonked.
He rubs his forehead a little bit and then just flips over.
I'm about to do something stupid here if he doesn't wake up.
Okay, it's time to Princess
Yes.
carry him out of here.
Do it. Reap his soul.
Wait, no, oh no, you know what I can do? I'm going to pull the Masterwork flute out of my bag. I'm going to get right next to him, and I'm just going to play the highest note that it can play, right in his ear.
Damn it, I thought I'd finally have a use for the line, if reason cannot be applied, unreasonable means must be taken.
I believe that's what I'm doing right now.
All right. High pitched fluting. Go ahead and give me that perform check to see like just how crystal clear of a high pitched note you get going right into his ear.
Technically, can I choose to fail if I'm going for a shrill note on purpose?
Yeah. So basically, this is to see how well you go with what you want to do.
Just how ear grating this is going to be.
Yeah.
You roll a nat 1 on this, and it is just a perfect lullaby.
This is why I hate magic flutes. You can't perform badly on them even if you try.
Not enough ale.
Trench
You have a
whistle!
reroll.
Charge!
Is that for general purpose, or are they
you guys have a-
specifically
have a
wanting me to reroll this?
That is for the party.
It was an
It's a party reroll.
Okay.
an unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. Yeah, you can get a really nasty tritone going after a second if you want.
I'm playing this right in Moriarty's ear.
Ah, fuck, what? Ah!
Oh, look at that. You are still alive. And here I was
Why do you
getting
think
hopeful.
Why do you think Nim's default response to anything involving Moriarty was to bite him?
Go ahead.
Damn it. I don't know why, just somehow his reaction I found to be entertaining.
I'm never quite so comfortable as when I'm at least 6 feet under.
Sky the Varley has purchased 1 tabletop cards packs.
Yay.
Well,
Guy, thank you so much for supporting the channel and picking up a pack.
Alright, Moriarty just kind of like looks up, sees that it's Rosalia, gives a little yawn. Ah. Rosalia, what do you want?
I wanted to state a few things to you. I'm in no mood to argue. I know you can argue for hours at a time. So I'm just going to state
not wait
a couple.
until the morning.
No, it cannot wait. Because if I wait, I won't be pissed off anymore. And then I might not ever tell you in the first place. I'm going to state a couple facts. Fact number 1. I will be making sure the new ship is outfitted with proper supplies for education and schooling. Fact number 2. Those children are going to be part of that crew, with or without you. Fact number 3. That ship is going to be leaving port in a week, with or without you. Final fact, fact number 4. The more competent combatants there are present, the safer that things are for them. I would very much like for you to be present for that, to assist with proper schooling, to make sure that they are educated in a way that is best for their survival odds in the long term. If you want to be part of that, great. If you don't, fine. I've reached the point where I no longer really care.
I know this is supposed to be a tense situation, but I am just hung up on the fact that you want competent fighters and you're asking for the guy that literally nuked himself to death.
The sad thing is that when his magic is working, it's actually very dangerous. Technically, when it's not working, it's dangerous too. It's just that it's dangerous to him.
I'm not leaving the crew, Rosalia.
Over the last few days, you've spent more time at the tavern than you spent on the ship. Usually, when somebody keeps leaving that frequently and goes out of their way to avoid the people that basically constitute family, it means that they're planning on leaving anyways. That's been my experience.
You think these people constitute as family to me?
Alternatively, it's called shore leave.
Do you not consider them to be family?
Rosalia. One of them is bringing a bunch of children onto a ship to bring them out into adventure, which I cannot stop. One of them is an individual who is pushing for the tyrannical oppression of his species. And I'm pretty sure I don't actually understand why you support Timber, personally. Gar's alright.
Aw, thank you.
You're saying that because you can see a shadow in the hallway, aren't you?
Wait, what? Moriarty looks to the doorway. Oh, hey, Gar.
What you just described is a dysfunctional family, but it's still a family.
The twins weren't even mentioned.
I was waiting for that.
Rosalia, I've met much better families with groups of vagabonds than this. This feels more like not a family. I'm not sure what this is, but it's not a family.
And maybe you could help me make it more like a family, because right now it's the closest thing that I have.
Oh, damn it. Alright.
Hi, Daddy Moriarty!
No, I'm your uncle, goddammit.
Yes, the Uncle God. We're back to Moriarty being a god again. See, he's even got the evil cackling down.
Alright. First things first. We need to get folks on some of the same pages. Because if we can't agree on a single bloody thing, this isn't a family, this is a workforce. Also need people to actually care for each other. I'm not certain how much everyone cares for each other. Ironically, one of the most empathetic individuals on this ship, outside of myself, is probably the two Martens. And that feels wrong to say.
I literally refuse to let you stay dead. I would like to think that that parses as me actually caring about you.
Wait, what?
I refuse to let you stay dead. Why do you think I was so adamant on bringing you back as a vampire when you died?
See, here's the thing, though. That doesn't really take into consideration my wants, now does it?
Are you currently a vampire?
No.
Then your wants were taken into consideration.
I appreciate that. Please don't turn me into a vampire.
No promises.
At the very least, drag my dead body around and look for some other way to revive me without vampirism.
Look, if I bring you back as a vampire, you get to participate in the group, and then the next time that we're in a town, we've already got your corpse right there. It's even up and walking around, then it can deliver itself. So we can get you
What?
properly resurrected then. Well, if you're a vampire, you're technically a mobile corpse, so you can deliver yourself to the temple to be resurrected.
I don't think that's how that works.
Okay, so we will finish you off in the church, and then we'll have the corpse right there. Either way.
Isn't
That's not how
vampirism like a
undead works.
curse?
Again, just like temporarily kill you right then and there so you can be resurrected proper. There are multiple avenues. That's kind of like a wheel, okay?
Yeah.
We're getting off topic.
Huh.
You know what Orca just said in chat? Rosalia, with being the goal of a lich, needs somebody to argue with for eternity, and you've been chosen for this task. You are being promoted. Do not resist.
Alright, well, I've paid for this room for the night. Also, it's only been like a night or two. Are we still going after that treasure in the map I found?
I would very much like to, yes.
Okay.
I'm completely destitute at the moment.
Let's see if we can't figure out a team building exercise. Let's see if we can't get to being a team before we're a family.
Adventuring is the one thing that we all do well together. That is true.
Alright. Did you break the door?
Hold on a second. No.
What is sense motive? There
Sense
we go.
motive, yeah.
Yeah, it's business.
Moriarty just like glances out the door to Gar. Gar!
I'm sorry,
Still
but
here.
I like Gorka's comment. Rosalia, with being the goal of a lich, needs someone to argue with for eternity, and you have been chosen for this task, Moriarty.
Yeah.
Did we not
I
read
know,
it?
Merle.
Yeah,
I got
we just
sucked
read that
into
out.
it.
Oh, I
Merle,
missed that.
I was made victim to the bardic charms. He pulled me into an argument. This was non-consensual.
Gar!
I'm here.
Can you make sure the bartender is paid for his door?
Okay.
Your sense motive was less than my bluff, though.
Yeah, he thinks Gar broke the door.
Oh, so he doesn't believe the door isn't broken?
He knows he locked it.
And he knows the barbarian was with you.
So
He
just
just-
assuming that we shoved it
Yeah,
shoved it open?
Assuming we
he's
did
shifting
the-
blame after that.
Yeah.
Joke.
All right, enjoy your room. It's actually a very nice room.
It is. Would you like to sleep here with me? Wait, hold on, that came out wrong.
I would never sleep with a carnivore. I'll gladly sleep in this room, but I wouldn't sleep with you.
Oh, come on, I thought you were trying to make us family.
I was about to make an Alabama reference, but I was like, shit,
Yeah,
Alabama doesn't
Sweet
exist in
Home
this world.
Alabama. Sweet Home Alabama intensifies.
You know what? It's better than sleeping on straw. But again, me, you, not happening.
Yeah, no, I'm not flirting with you right now. I'm offering you
You're a bard, I couldn't
comfortable
tell.
bed.
Right now. Keep on being right now.
Daddy Timber.
I don't mind sleeping on the
Daddy
floor, or if you want to use
Moriarty
me
is
as a
trying
pillow,
to
just
make
mind.
little babies with Mommy Rosalia again.
Not on my fucking watch.
I mean, I guess if it was going to be any two members of the party, it would be the fox and the rabbit.
Okay, given the variety of clientele, I'm assuming that if there's a chair there, it's big enough to accommodate large-sized creatures.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's just going to get all comfortable there. She's going to use that as a bed. She's not going to share the bed with Moriarty. She doesn't trust him.
Moriarty stands up and he's just like, no. Get over here.
Moriarty stands up and he is nude.
He's basically
Welcome
showing
to
himself in sheets.
welcome to ZGF After Dark.
AD, yes.
Moriarty is shelled in sheets. I will not say what is underneath the sheets.
Moriarty.
Well, you already said what's under the sheets. Moriarty is.
Yes.
Moriarty, but doing the whole being nice for the lady thing. We both know I'm no lady. I'm a bitch at best.
Yes. But at the very least, you deserve a nice bed. Get in the bed. I'm sleeping on the floor. I've slept on worse. And also, I have the sheets, so...
Okay,
tit for tat.
do you see this? Do you see the
He's
size of
also
the chair?
slept in worse.
Gar's going to pipe up. Tanya, Rose, I know that I was saying about my religion, but you don't sleep with family. Even with the worship of Lamashtu.
She's asleep. I'm giving her my bed.
Okay, look, stop. All of you, stop. Look at size of chair. Look at size of me. It's basically a bed. I am fine.
It's made out of wood.
Well, I'm assuming it'd be a cushioned chair, wouldn't it?
How expensive do you think this inn is? I mean, Moriarty is staying there.
Oh well, fuck. Fair point.
I just assume that most tavern inns are like a few copper a night.
Well, where my mindset was, if it's a decent enough place that it actually has locks in the door that aren't as easily defeated as reaching your hand through the hole in the wall, and if it's the capital city, that it would be at least, good enough that they have cushioned seats.
I feel like it's a very common thing to have locks on doors, especially in taverns. Regardless of how nice they are.
I would agree that it is very common for them to have locks on the doors. And in this case especially, you're talking about a tavern that is down at the docks that is meant for all of the sailors to come in and, drink their night away. It's not...
Usually Sorry, go ahead.
You're not going to find the fine taverns there. Those are going to be further in the city. Those are where the captains will go. Yeah.
Yeah, a room like this would probably be around 1 silver, probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it would be
fine,
like
I'll
a
take the
silver.
bed.
Really, a full silver?
It's literally... Well, okay, look. A silver that include... Okay, when you buy a room in an inn, that includes, a meal. So...
Okay, well...
Silver... Look, you're getting shit food, and you're getting a mostly shit room, but it has a deadbolt lock, effectively.
Rose
Oh,
reluctantly
on
accepts
that
the
topic,
bet.
can I retroactively do something?
Oh,
Oh
sure.
no.
Can I roll performance for Moriarty being at the bar? He probably would have like rolled. Normally, what he does is he tries to perform to pay for his meal and room.
Thing for his supper?
Yeah, sure.
Basically. You. Wait.
Well, you got enough to pay for the night.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he starts
How
singing,
is
and they're like,
my-
oh, it's another one of them.
How is my perform worse than my perception? Oh, that's right. I didn't put a lot of ranks into perform because I didn't think it'd be that necessary.
You are a
perceive at
bard.
every bar.
Why
A
would
bolt that doesn't sing. Nice.
Listen, I use acrobatics, bluff, diplomacy, perception, sense motive, sleight of hand, and
you,
stealth
good
more than
sir,
I
are a lie?
Moriarty, if you're a
Hey,
bard
Tal
that
Darius?
doesn't
Darius, I was thinking about being a paladin without a sword and a shield. Give
Moriarty,
me
if you're-
an arrow and a bow.
I was
Moriarty,
about to
if
say,
you're
you
a
could
bard
technically
that
get away
can't-
with using a two-handed hammer.
If you're a bard that can't perform, you're the thing they make Reddit threads about.
That's what die models.
By the way, wait, hold on. Moriarty, what did you spend your background skills on?
My background, I think my background skills are. Why do I have ride?
I know
Because
why
you're
you
a
got
bard.
ride.
I know
We know
why
why
you
you
got
got
ride.
Bard has ride.
Shut up. Let's see.
I know exactly why you have that.
I have Celestial Common. Where do I see what my background is?
Okay, no. Your background skills are the 2 free points per level that I gave all of you. Specifically so that way you could get background skills.
Oh!
Like,
okay, I've only got...
non-adventuring skills.
Okay, cool. Well then, bada bing, bada boom. My 2 per level.
2 per level, and you can only use here. Look, I apparently multiple people missed this, so everyone make sure that you had skill ranks in background skills. So it's 2 per level, like character level, and you can use them in appraise, artistry, craft, handle animal, knowledge engineering, knowledge geography, knowledge history, knowledge nobility, linguistics, lore, perform, profession, and sleight of hand. Those are background skills.
Can you write those all down?
Yes,
Here,
please,
I'll-
fucking, oh my god. Write those down.
Okay, look.
Or just link the page.
Yeah, I'll put a little image and then I'll link the page.
And it's 2 points per level?
Per level.
So that's
So
16
basically-
total?
Yes. Basically, you can put 2 skills to 8 ranks if you want to. You can mix and match, so long as you're only using them to put points into those skills. This is specifically to help people have like actual background stuff in their characters without absolutely nuking their actual like perception and stuff like that like everyone needs.
That actually gives me 7 extra points to work with. Thank you. That's 3.
Was knowledge nobility?
So for knowledge skills, you have to manually put shit in.
Oh, okay.
But didn't you I know you used some of yours, because I talked with you about it. I know you used yours on like knowledge engineering.
Yeah, Tibbo has
some
6
of it.
points in engineering.
Yeah, and then you spread it
So-
around a little bit. But I know you used
Now-
some of it specifically.
Knowledge religion isn't an option?
No, because that is considered an active thing, because that is useful. That's an adventuring skill.
Oh. I just realized that my
So-
knowledge that religion is only 1. But then again, that kind of tracks because she was never interested in those studies. She wanted to be an artificer, not a priestess.
Yeah. Which is why you have a lot in, I think it was engineering.
Why
Engineering
is fly
clockwork.
a skill?
What?
Why is fly a skill?
Okay, so fly is a skill because it governs your ability to maneuver while mid-air.
Which,
Huh.
let's be real here, there's a lot of situations where that can happen in this campaign. And in
Yeah,
this
like-
game system in general.
I know at one point, and I don't know if you could still do this, but I know at one point, Zim literally gave the entire party wings.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes, the twins at least should still be able to do that.
They should still
that
be able
was-
to do that. Yeah.
That was one of the abilities carried over from the previous.
Yeah. So, fly matters because otherwise, good luck maneuvering timber through the air.
Gotcha. Well, that perform goes from a +6 then to a +12.
Yes, it does make a difference.
So that's actually a 16.
All right.
I
If
just-
it's actually a 16, then go ahead and pocket yourself like 4 extra silver.
Huzzah!
I just realized something.
Yep.
These one of my skills never actually got ported over. Before when we were still in the D&D system, before the port over, I'd actually gotten a really good roll and found a book on carpentry in the library. So I actually got a proficiency in carpentry, but I noticed it's not currently listed in my skills.
Okay. So there are a couple things that you could do. So you could put that into like getting proficiency in like profession carpentry
Oh god.
Well, I have
or
knowledge
craft
engineering.
carpentry or knowledge engineering, but you already have knowledge engineering. And if it gives proficiency, then
So... Okay, I'll just
Or-
consider that to be knowledge engineering.
Orca has presented a cursed idea in chat.
I would like to ban Orca.
Oh, hey, whoa! Just so you know, we need to have Rosalia as a Skaven.
I believe I'm
look,
allowed to
let
respect
the
those
people have
influences.
let the people have their character stuff for now. But yes, so has everyone made sure that their skill point that they would normally get has 2 added onto it for every level?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Or
Good.
I'm splitting my 2 between 2 skills, if that's fine.
Yes, yeah. That's fine. I'm just saying, because after this, I don't want to have to remind people about background skills again.
As far as I'm aware, you can put those background skills into any of the background skills that you want. It doesn't have to be,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
I'm
the
just
point-
choosing to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying the point of the system is so that way people can have 2 fully kept up skills that are like their background skills without having to sacrifice their actual adventure skills.
Preach.
Okay. I just
Yes.
put points. I've just put points in the knowledge, nobility.
All right. Later on, I'll double check to make sure that everyone's at the points they're supposed to be at.
All right.
But for now, let's just continue on. Moriarty, you made 4 extra silver.
Yep, already added. Please proceed.
Oh.
Moriarty is still offering the bed to Rosalia, as I assume the
Yep.
chair is made of uncomfortable wood.
She will reluctantly accept the bed.
Moriarty bundles up in the sheets and covers, burrito style, and lays on the floor.
Box burrito.
While Gar goes back up front to pay for the door.
Sorry, my family walked in if someone said something.
Agar is going back to pay for the door.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, do you want to like make a good impression? Do you just want to like dump money on him? What do you want to do?
I mean, considering the
Sorry,
door
we had
isn't
to check
actually
up on a-
damaged.
No, like they cut the lock.
I said I jimmied the lock.
Oh,
I
okay,
was
yeah.
prying it open.
Okay.
This-
I thought that you were trying to like pop the lock out of like the little slot area for it.
Well, yeah. This
Just like the credit
what I
card
would have
trick.
done is wiggled the basically the card trip, wiggled the blade in, and then given it a bit of a torque to try to pop it loose.
Oh, you wanted to do that? Yeah, you know what? That's fine.
I thought that still would have broken it.
I mean, it still would have kind of broken it, but not like heavily. Like you could probably just like leave it. So the thing is that does pop it. If you're doing it with like a thing that would it does wedge it in a way that it kind of damages it. It's just okay. So a good example of that is I had to do that to my closet one time, and so now when I close my closet, it will sometimes swing back open slowly because it doesn't go and
Doesn't
fit back
latch.
correctly. So it does kind of fuck up the door. It doesn't like you're not like completely destroying the thing, but it does fuck it up a bit.
But yeah, Barbarian's going to go back up to the front and say, "Sorry, we had to check for a friend. We had to open up the lock. How much will it cost to fix it?"
You know what? Here, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check.
And Gar instead rolls intimidation.
I mean, hey, if he wants to.
That's how Timber rolls diplomacy.
Wait, that's not diplomacy?
All right. He kind of takes it in good stride, and in size. All right. Did you mess up the door itself or the lock?
Just the lock.
All right. Just the lock. Look. I got a guy. Just give me 10 gold for it.
That works.
Oh, that's a ripoff.
Actually, no. He's giving you a deal. Basic locks are 20 gold.
Nope, it's a ripoff.
Okay.
You're not there to tell us that.
Yeah, but no. So he's gonna charge you 10 gold over the lock.
Yep, and I'll drop 10 gold down.
All right, and you have paid for the lock.
And I'm going back to the ship to sleep the rest of the time.
All right. So we got Gar going to nap. We got Moriarty burritoing on the floor. We have
Okay. I found something.
Yep.
Craft ships is an existing thing for Pathfinder. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna spend 6 of my background skills on that and then call it good. Because craft ships, that would basically be the carpentry book I would have looked up. So I'm good.
All right. Cool. Also, Moriarty, you now have a -5 on the next thing you roll.
What?
Yeah, chat.
Chat, why would you do this to me? What did I ever do to you?
Besides
a couple
taunt chat
episodes
during-
ago and chant. Yeah.
All right. So, and then we got Rosalia currently on a sheetless bed. And so the only other person who would be doing stuff right about now, because the twins are currently waiting for the shops to open and laying around. Kemo. Are you gonna do anything before sunrise, or are you just gonna be thinking stuff over, stuff like that?
Mostly just relaxing. Before I have to put on my shroud in order to make sure I don't burn.
All right.
Otherwise, Kemo's just kind of waiting for everyone to wake up and make sure everything's ready to go for everyone.
In that case, go ahead and roll me a quick perception.
The perception check.
Push, caption, screech.
Thanks. You get the same feeling that you had gotten, like a couple days ago after the battle, that you're being watched.
Oh, joy. Oh, well, joy. I wonder if dear old daddy is looking in on me right now. He's just kind of gonna look up, glance around before kind of waving.
All right. After a little bit, it goes away. Then you hear a little popping noise. And over. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I was gonna go over to investigate the popping sound.
Yep. It is what appears to be an oddly long box with a book sitting on top. And the book's title is "So You've Become an Undead: How to Deal with Your New Unlife."
Tibbs, I need this book.
He's going to pick up the book and kind of leaf through it a little bit.
Afterlife, question mark?
Yeah, so most of it is just bog standard, but there is included a bookmark page specifically for raids.
Thank you, Dad.
Actually, I know the exact book that this would be. Let me find it real quick.
The Monster Manual.
You do them. You
Monster
do the
Mash.
spooky slice. You do the slice. Now your Sphinx have some spice. You do the slice.
The image.
Hey,
supposed
the
to be an
Monster
Ascent
Mash
descent.
is basically my religion, okay?
Oh no, it actually got parodied for Final Fantasy for the Reaper class.
Here you go. Taldarius, is this the book that he found?
Handbook for the recently deceased.
It's a Beetlejuice reference.
Yeah,
I was
look,
just about to.
Trust me, I know every single Beetlejuice reference you can make.
I haven't seen Beetlejuice yet, and I need to.
Oh my god, you need to. Okay, but basically
How?
that, but instead...
Hey,
I don't know.
Let's keep going before this thing gets derailed, because Moriarty proved that he has no life. Okay, we understand.
okay.
Let's go.
Yes. So the handbook, it's similar to the handbook for the recently deceased, but it's more of a modern self-help book where, like, the opening pages like kind of go over like why you're not lesser of a person, even though like technically speaking you're an undead now. That kind of stuff, and then it has like just like a bunch of entries on the various undeads that people can be turned into, and like some specific changes that happen as a result of this, yada yada yada.
This is very nice.
Remember, you can't be near positive energy.
And what else is in the box?
The book's written very
The
condescendingly.
box itself is it's like nailed down, but if you pry it open, which I'm assuming that you just kind of do,
Mm-hmm.
it contains inside of it a wrapped up shape where it is a very long shaft and a crescent blade.
Ooh, shiny. Kemo will take it out and very carefully unwrap it.
Yeah, it's your very own scythe now that you become an undead. It seems to be a theme.
I'm not sure
My
if this.
jab.
I'm not sure if this plays.
Unironically, he does have heirloom weapon with scythe, and this is it getting sent to him.
I don't know if this is playing up stereotypes, but this is fucking awesome. I have a scythe. Yay. And he's going to actually hug it.
Kemo's so
And-
precious.
And now, as he forms his shadows over him, he's going to include a big dark hood over his head and making his shadows look more like a cloak.
All the undead here are such drama.
We're dead.
We're-
It's the
we're
only way we
contract-
get to feel anything.
Hey, Taldarius, they have no life. What don't you understand?
Gar, I'm gonna need to dress you in some bohemian clothing so that our entire party aesthetic isn't black and red.
Hey,
Domino
I
could
was
decorate
issued.
you guys.
Don't worry, we're only in the Holy Lands.
And Kimo is going to go check on everyone and make sure everyone is ready for another day.
All right. As you go looking around, you find that Veska sort of made himself at home on your gunpowder barrels. There is a rather large amount of freshly baked bread there, though.
Nice.
As for the rest of it, Timber is still locked up in his room with the rest of the Wolven for now, and conspicuously, literally everyone else is missing.
Where did
Oh no, I
everyone
just
get
noticed
to?
something out of character.
What's that?
There's still some kobold traps that I left behind.
There's
And there's a lot of children.
There is a lot of urchin children.
And
For the
they might-
record, I did verbally express this concern when they first arrived on the ship.
Kimo is going to go check around to see if, like, the others are nearby.
Well, I know Moriarty and Rosalia and debatably Gar are not.
I think Gar went back to the boat.
Yeah, I was going back to the boat on the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see that Gar's on his way back, and the only other thing of note is that instead of actually going to sleep on the ship, Grug has decided to fall asleep with his back to the box and hugging the cannonball like a teddy bear.
Baby. He is so baby.
Hey, Kemo, everything going all right?
So far, yes. My dad sent me a self-help book and a scythe. As he just has his shadows right now, like holding the book and like turning the pages as he's kind of reading it while he's holding the scythe with one hand.
That was nice of him. Hopefully he'll go easy on us next time.
May. We'll see.
Rose and Moriarty got a room.
Don't say it like that.
What?
I did.
What? I didn't think they were a couple.
They wanted to get away from the kids for a little while.
Gar,
troublemaker.
Gar, I'm going to make your tongue match your cheek if you keep that up.
So, are they married then, or is there a wedding coming up?
No. Moriarty decided to blanket himself and let Rose have the bed.
Oh, are they fighting?
Kill you,
Not
guys.
exactly.
I'm going to keel haul you, bring you back, and then keel haul you again.
Maybe I should go find and talk to them. I don't want them to be like breaking up if it was something I did.
No, Rose is trying to make us more like family.
Oh, I didn't realize that Moriarty and Rosalia wanted to adopt.
Gar, if there ends up being ship fan art made of this, I will find you, and I
You're
will.
welcome.
Hey, whoa! Whoa, that's your cue, whoa.
If I will reject any influence he sends regarding that.
Oh no, Woe is an artist and loves to draw fan art for our games.
Wait, so
I will reject any fan art he sends.
So, hang on. So that must be why Moriarty was so angry yesterday. Because I brought so many kids, he probably thinks he can't be a good enough dad for all of them. That explains so much. He really is such a sweet and kind person. Wanting to treat them
fanfic
all
is
like
now
his own
inside
children.
The canon. The fanfic is coming from inside the house.
So, wait. So, Rosalia and Moriarty are a couple, but then what about everyone else then?
Well, they're not exactly a couple.
Oh, are they having like rocky issues they're trying to work out right now?
God, I wish you asked Timbo that question. Of course they're a couple.
Rose
There's two
went
of
over
them.
to
They're a
check on
couple.
Moriarty to make sure that everything was okay after the yelling spat.
Mm-hmm. That's such a wonderful woman going to her boyfriend in this time of need.
I'm going to kill you, Gar. I'm going to kill you slowly and painfully.
Kemo, you
Kemo
may
is
want
just-
to go talk to them.
Kimo is just sweet and innocent and honestly thinks they're actually a couple who might just be having relationship issues at the moment.
And Gar is a dumbass.
I think Moriarty and Timber are more of a couple than Moriarty and Rosalia.
So, where's Rosalia and Moriarty at?
And I'll point out where I was coming from.
You will not, and I'll make sure that they stay together. I won't let anything split up this couple. And he will head off to the inn.
I've done my duty.
I wish you didn't.
I
Yeah,
will
so
find you, and I will kill you.
the inside of the inn is still kind of bustling a little bit, but it's very clearly starting to die down, considering the time.
What time is it at this point?
3 a.m.
Yeah, a little bit past 3. It's very so like a lot of the gambling games are starting to wrap up, so it's dying down.
So this is what it feels like to be on the opposite end of the bonking. I understand now why he does it so much.
Did you say
what I get.
bonking or boinking?
The bonking.
This is what I get for destroying so many of Kerr's boss characters when he's done campaigns in the past.
Revenge is a sweet dish, isn't it, Kemo? High five to the screen, baby. Yeah.
All right. So, in that case, Just to explain it, like, the bar's kind of dying down. There's still, like, the barkeep's still there, just cleaning glasses, stuff like that.
And Kemo will head up to the shopkeeper, or the innkeeper.
Yeah. You can see that he was trying to, like, stealthily munch on something. What's your need?
Sorry, one quick little thing. Remember to make clips, because those cannon will be used as evidence at Kerr's murder trial.
I was looking for Rosalia and Moriarty, the fox and the bunny.
Oh, yeah, those two. Upstairs, room 7. Please don't break the lock to get in like the others did.
Oh, I won't, I promise.
Wait, did he
All right.
already fix the lock?
No, he just doesn't want it to be
Oh.
broken more, because then it'll be more expensive to repair.
And Kemo will head up and check on the door.
All right. Yeah, the door is, like, very slightly, like, ajar, because it doesn't want to close right, but other than that, it's a completely normal door.
Kemo will swing open the door slowly and kind of walk in. Rosalia.
No.
Look, it's your
Just
master.
rolling over.
Go away, Death.
Just rolling over, continuing to sleep.
He's going to walk over and kneel down to Rosalia and take her paw. Look,
Does he step on Moriarty?
probably
No,
would
he has
step over
perfect dark
him.
vision.
Yeah.
He has perfect
Okay.
dark vision, so.
Step over Moriarty carefully, reaches out, takes Rosalia's paw. Listen, Rosalia, I know sometimes it can be difficult with everything that you're dealing with. I know that sometimes people can rub you the wrong way, and it can drive you absolutely insane. But just because you are upset for a moment doesn't mean you should give up what you have. You have such a sweet and beautiful thing going on right now. You don't want to give it up. So, I know it can be difficult, but you need to find it in your heart to forgive and to move past it and to keep moving forward to the future that you want together.
The fuck are you even on about?
I know you're probably just trying to pretend like you're hiding it and everything, and it's okay though. I know the truth.
Kemo, I'm
And-
not into you.
It's not me. No, I would never try to get in the way of what you have.
What do you think that I have?
I know of the beautiful love that you have, and Gar told me all about it.
I would like to roll a strength check. I'm going to begin squeezing his hand as tight as I can.
All right, go ahead.
What would he roll against this?
It would probably just be a fort.
The power
Kemo,
of
you feel
love
an
for-
extremely reassuring grip on your paw right now.
He's going to reach up to cuff her hand with his other hand. Rosalia, I can feel how much that this means to you. And that's a wonderful thing. It truly, truly is. But you don't need to hide it anymore. You two should be together. I'm sure everyone else will understand.
Meanwhile, snore.
Kemo, whatever it is that Gar told you, I can assure
A
you,
resplendent
I am not
offering.
oh, hold on.
Tochemay tipped $50. Can you feel the love tonight?
Can you feel the love tonight? Tochemay, thank you so very much for that tip and supporting the channel. The tip goal has been 100% completed. For the record, everybody, I will be switching it over now to the birthday tip goal for Mirai, because it is their birthday this weekend. They do the vast majority of the art here.
Go for the eyes! Rask!
They do the vast majority of the art for the channel here. All of those icons you see in the upper right there, the borders, so much that they do for the channel. So we're outside of the main tabletop tips, everything else is going to Mirai this weekend. So do consider helping and me give them a nice birthday present. Anyways, carry on.
So, I'm gonna have to drop out of the game early. I need to hop on a plane.
You don't know where I live.
Oh no, Wostein. I need to go pay him a what's that word? A beating. I need to pay him a beating.
You don't know the influence.
Oh, I love beatings.
No hurting the owl.
Company beatings
I
are
don't
the
need to read
best.
the influence to know what the influence is in this context.
Listen.
I'm
This
just waiting for it to
influence
come
could bring the party very much closer together.
Yeah, in a very physical sense, I feel. All right.
Bringing up the influence still.
Oh my fucking god.
Rose, don't forget to make clips.
I'll clip you.
It's okay, Rose. I know
Clip
that you're
clip
trying to hide it, maybe even from yourself right now because of how angry and upset you are. But
Oh, I'm
it's
angry
okay.
and upset, alright.
All right. Well, would you mind if this will take effect, but just slightly delayed, so that way other stuff can happen first, like progression stuff? Because I will do it. It just won't happen right away. Because we do have stuff that actually does need to get done.
Well, as far as that goes, that is part of the, that is part of the influence, is that it can be implemented when it is appropriate for the story.
Yes, I just wanted to communicate that to Woe.
Okay.
And get yes, I understand this is how it's gonna work. So yes, will happen, just not right now.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just pull him closer. I'm turning on my fear aura. Kemo, whatever the hell Gar told you, I do not engage in anything romantic with anyone.
Kemo doesn't even notice the fear aura.
Oh, so you get it with a bunch of people. Understood. It does make sense with you being a rabbit.
I was trying to be nice and not make the joke, but Zim made it for me.
Rosalia, it's okay. You don't have to hide whatever relationship you have from me. I totally get it, and I support you 100% of the way. You and him should be together, regardless of what anyone else says.
Him?
Mm-hmm.
Who's him?
I mean, Gar was very clear about you and Moriarty together.
Oh, me.
I can just hear the death bells ringing over Gar as this is going on.
Why is Death here? Sorry, I'm just a little bit early, but don't worry, I got a magazine.
Is it the magazine I posted?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait a moment, I have to check something.
Kemo, would you kindly go and murder Gar for me?
I mean, I promised that I wouldn't do that, so I'm not going to. I'm so fucking tempted, you have no idea.
Also, keep in mind who has your phylactery.
Yeah, exactly. just going to let go of his hand, gently pat him on the head. You are damn innocent for your own good. There is no relationship between me and Moriarty. I will explain to Gar how he needs to be more careful about how he phrases things in the future.
Run, Gar.
You don't need to hide it, really.
It's okay. He's fast.
If you want to keep it from everyone else, I won't say a word to them.
Kemo? First off, I'm undead. I have no reason to get into a relationship with anybody.
Well, I mean, technically, you kind of still alive. I mean, compared to me.
Pretty sure that I died. I have to look more into that. Why would I get into it? Why would I get into a romantic relationship with a carnivore?
Because love transcends all boundaries, even between the living and the dead.
It's the same reason why praying mantises get into relationships.
Just in reverse.
None shall see me. Though my battle
no.
cry may
You
give
know
me
what?
away.
The best thing is, I see a way for this to work that Moriarty thinks that Rosalia is into him.
Besides,
I mean, that's
Rosalia's what?
If Rosalia left the room, that was actually what I was going to do.
Besides, when it comes to, if furry art is to be trusted, rabbits lay eggs anyway, so it's fine.
I feel like that did. I
slap
very
a
much
big
feel
old
like
no
that did
comment
not
on
need to
that.
be a statement that was said on this stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna slap a big old no comment on that.
Don't worry, Rosalia. I won't breathe a word to anyone. Your secret is safe with me.
Kemo. I'm weighing my options here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm doing a coin toss. Kemo, you will decide your own fate. Heads or tails.
That's
Roll. I'm trying to figure out the command here. Okay. How about this? High or low?
hi.
Damn it. Give me dice there. Oh no. Kemo. Would you kindly leave me alone so I can get some sleep? We can discuss this in the morning.
Oh God! Why did you do that? 24.
Oh, that is gonna be a fail and a half. Whereas nope, that is
Hold on, let me switch over to the combat playlist.
Meanwhile, Moriarty's still snoring in the corner. He's not even really in the corner. He's more like the main length of the floor.
Here's the thing, though. It wasn't Command Undead that she was casting. She said, "Would you kindly," and then stated a direction, which it fails.
Wait, did you just attack him?
She said, "Would you kindly leave me alone?" So she was using the word of power and stated a direction, so that was Bone Rattle with movement. But it failed anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Bone Rattle does half damage.
"1d6 plus 1d."
I know, because I have that ability too. It's damage on a half save and no movement.
Waiting until Darius.
Wait, what happened to Taldarius?
I don't know, he's just not there.
Oh, wait, never mind. It has to actually touch me.
All right, my stuff disconnected apparently because I tried talking and then it did not, in fact, transmit.
At least now we can.
So I
hear
reset it. I reset that shit.
So, Rose was getting pissed off at Kemo. Said, "Would you kindly leave me alone?" So that's
Yep.
casting Bone Rattle with movement, but he passed the Fortitude save.
Yeah, so no movement but takes damage. Well, half damage, I think.
So do I
Oh,
roll the damage and then have it?
and
Yeah.
just 3d6 and then half that.
Da, 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 da.
Oh no. Oh no.
You take 6 damage directly to your bones.
Rosalia! 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 We kind of went over what happens when Kemo gets touched.
This is not good, but hey.
We're all one
switching to
big happy
combat
family
music.
now.
No, it's like we saw what happened with the twins if he gets touched and he's not ready for it, and you just fucking tried to rip his skeleton out of his body.
No, I
By the
tried
way,
to have a skeleton walk him out of the room. There's a difference.
Okay, boss fight music then.
Yeah. Also,
Remember,
real
she
quick,
accidentally casts spells a lot because of the fucking command word structure.
okay, just by the way, as an aside, Gar, you suddenly feel a profound, palpable sense of danger.
Distant boss music.
Hey, Rosalia. Rosalia, I'm gonna need you to make a reflex save for me. Let me double check that save real quick, because you're not gonna like what happens if you fail it.
I don't know if that's high. I don't think that's high enough.
If I burn a point of luck, I can choose
real
which dice I
quick.
keep, right?
Timber, we're hearing you breathe in the mic.
Oh, sorry.
He's really enthused. with
And
it.
no.
I have to keep the new one.
By the way, yeah, you have to keep the new one. Also, I will just say, I actually have no clue if that's high enough or not. I'm just saying that I don't think it will be, considering Kerr.
I don't think it's high enough either, which is why I'm like, ooh.
That's what I'm double checking real quick for it, what the save is.
So, do you feel lucky?
Oh no, that's not even close to being high enough.
I could burn the community reroll.
There's a community reroll.
Rosalia, you need to
Yes.
roll a 20.
That's the only thing.
So I have to roll a 16 or higher.
No, Rosalia, you need to roll a 20
Nat
on the
20.
dice.
So I have to roll
Yeah,
a
no,
24
you need to
or
roll
just
a
a
20.
nat 20? Well,
Yes,
there's
you
no
need.
fucking way I'm making that reflex save then, so let's carry on. Besides, she's technically laying prone right now anyway. She's in bed.
I'm also going to need to make a combat maneuver check for you. What's your combat maneuver?
I don't fucking know.
Look up for
You
your
know, it was a
CMD
thing.
on your sheet. Combat maneuver defense.
16?
Huh?
I think
Time for bashing
on the main
something?
page, CMD is 16.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Hold up.
oh,
Ouch.
Hold up.
Mhm.
Sky the Avali has deemed Kemo worthy of a natural 20.
He
Which
wants me to
means
die.
your next roll is a nat 20.
He wants me to die.
So that would be a 35 on a combat maneuver bonus roll. So what happens then, as he's going to spend 2 spell points without even really thinking about it, and he is going to use his Stygian Immersion and Snagging Darkness Blots. What happens is, Rosalia, your shadow basically spreads out under you, and you fall into a pool of water that is about 40 feet deep. And as you go into the water, tentacles come out of the darkness and grab onto you and begin to just crush down on you a little bit. For this much damage.
Yeah, that's
there should not be a
health
15.
bar.
There should not be a 15 there. It's just the 14. It's just 14.
Why did it have plus 15 attached to it?
He accidentally had a modifier plus 15 selected on the bottom left.
I was going to roll my grapple, which is a plus 15 bonus to it. But then I got the nat. I was given the nat 20.
So 14 damage.
Yeah.
14 damage. I went ahead and put it on combat tracker.
And you are currently being grappled underwater.
Wait. Does this count as magic?
This would, because
then I only take 10 damage.
Why don't you take damage?
I had only take 10 damage instead of 14. I have magic soak. I for reduced damage on bludgeoning and magic.
Oh no, if you
no. She has overall and
okay,
specific for bludgeoning magic.
Okay, yeah.
So she only gets overall.
Actually. Yeah, technically I could actually increase that to 5 if I spend a spell point, but she was caught off guard, so I'm going to say that she's not prepared to do that, so...
Do you need to breathe, Rosalia?
Hold on a second, so backing the wounds down to 10 from 14 then?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Alright, carry on.
Yeah, you're currently basically trapped in a pool of pure darkness. 40 feet under and being held by tentacles.
Liquidy 1, 2. Liquidy darkness.
Yes, liquidy darkness. It is basically treated as though you are underwater.
Yeah, she's just going to sit there, ears flat, growling.
You don't need to breathe?
This is just my life. This is just my life now.
No, you do need to breathe. You don't
I do need to
not
breathe
until level 16.
I thought that was Kemo actually saying that. Do you need to breathe?
No. That was actually I was checking with you as the player because you're partially undead, so I didn't know what you did and did not need to do.
She gets that later.
I get that later.
Yeah, he can maintain that for 8 minutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, he did that as a reflex. So is he going to terminate it when he realizes what he just did there?
Is she going to be thrashing in the water?
No, she's just sitting there. She knows that if she's trapped underwater, she needs to move as little as possible to conserve oxygen.
Meanwhile, Moriarty goes shee.
Moriarty, you need to be not quite
on.
as deep of a sleeper. This is not the first combat you've literally slept through.
Last time it literally took cannon fire.
Kemo is going to hold back the grapples so he doesn't actually hurt her with them and just keep her pinned.
I would like to point out, thanks to Necrotic Heart and 4 Necrosis feats, I do add my Charisma modifier. You always add your Charisma modifier or number of Necrosis feats as a bonus to Fortitude saving throws. I don't know if it's automatically being applied or not.
On your sheet, no. It's not. You could always modify your fortitude to have that be in effect.
Yeah, I'll manually add it then. Charisma's +2, and I have. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go with the number of necrosis feats, which I believe I have 5 necrosis feats. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Yeah, I have 5 necrosis feats, so
That's me.
I have +12 to fortitude saves. Yay! It's not letting me manually edit it. Oh shit! No, that was wounds. Stop it.
Quit killing
Yeah, it's not
yourself.
letting me manually enter the fortitude.
You need to go to the combat tab,
Combat.
Ah,
and
okay.
there's a
Yep,
miscellaneous bonus.
Yeah.
there it is. Thank you. So I'm taking it +1 to +6. There we go. Thank you. Just figured I'd bring that up because I'm probably about to start making fortitude saves.
You can hold your breath for actually quite a while in this game.
So I'm just waiting for what Kemo does here since Rose is pretty much immobilized.
You can try to break the grapple. You would just have to beat a 25.
Yeah, she's
On a-
she's not even trying on that. She's
Okay.
just grumbling underwater.
Is this making a lot of noise? Like, is there anything here that might actually threaten to wake Moriarty up?
Rose is not thrashing, so no.
You
Alright.
would like there would just be like a splash.
Yeah, it'd be like a single splash.
He was gonna hesitate for a moment, like just staring at the pool of darkness that Rose fell in, because he can still see her. It's just like there's a war going on in his eyes about what he wants to do. There's the part of him that's still like good is like, I don't want to hurt her, she's my friend. And then the part of him that's undead is like, this thing tried to hurt me, it needs to be eliminated. And it's like, no, this is my friend, I don't want to do that.
You gotta remember,
it.
this is also Moriarty's girlfriend.
Do it. Kill her, and your transformation to the dark side will be complete.
Like
Do
Chemo's
it.
dealing
You need a
with like
lozenge.
Chemo's dealing with the undead wraith part of him that's like, yes, kill it. It doesn't matter. This thing tried to hurt you, obviously needs to die. And the part of Chemo that's Chemo is like, no, I don't want to do that. She hurt me, yes, but that doesn't mean she deserves to die, right?
Does Moriarty's snoring nearby help him?
Probably he's hyper focused right now on Rosalia. And it's just like, probably after like a minute or two, he would just slowly bring her up.
Please be specific about that. How long are you waiting?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. Good. You have only used up half of Rosalia's available air. If you waited 2, she would have had to make rolls.
And he's still holding her bound with the tentacles, but at least she can breathe. Just like bring her head up above the water line.
I accidentally did the magic thing again, didn't I?
You hurt me.
I really do get that under control.
When he says that, the tentacles tighten a little bit, not to the degree of, oh god, my bones feel like they're about to snap when they first grabbed you, but like there's that warning there that he could start squeezing if he wanted to.
Bad touch, bad touch.
He kind of walks over and kneels down in front of Rosalia, just looking at her. I think I told you what would happen if you tried to do that again.
told you that that shit happens by accident. Sorry. Again, I'm not used to having to deal with an undead that isn't just directly under control. Additionally, I'm slightly irritated about this spontaneously forming myth of a relationship between me and Moriarty. There is nothing going on.
Real quick question. Is there a window in this room?
There is. Faces out towards the water.
Faces out towards what?
The water.
You can probably see the ship.
Can I open the window?
Yeah, you can open it up. It's only one of the windows that open up like halfway, but yeah, you can open
How big is Rosalia?
it. Rosalia's size small.
I think that'll fit.
Why the dimensions
Just
of the
shoving
window?
her
Yes.
out the window?
No, as the tentacles begin to pull backwards. Rosalia, I'll forgive you. But if anything like this happens again, then we're going to have words. I can take 1 or 2 times, but third time, he just kind of flicks his hand, and the tendrils just yeet forward and proceed to throw Rosalia through the window towards the water.
And
She's
here's
not
where
getting
Moriarty
any
wakes
sleep.
up.
Yeah, she's not getting any sleep anytime soon. And yeah, he'd probably wake up to the bunny screech and the Doppler shift.
Oh yeah, that would wake Moriarty. Moriarty, you wake
Well.
up to Kerr standing there menacingly with
Kemo.
tendrils, or yeah, with Kiba. Sorry, with
All
Kemo
good.
standing there with tendrils going out the window and a rapidly disappearing Rosalia.
Jesus fuck!
Oh, sorry to wake you.
What did you do?
I think I threw Rosalia into the ocean.
What? Why?
Because she tried to rip the skeleton out of my body. He's going to walk over to Moriarty and just kind of bend down and just pat his head. It's okay, Moriarty. Everything's all right. You just go back to sleep now.
You threw her into the ocean!
Yeah, it's not that far.
Speaking of distance, Rose, make me a DC 15 acrobatics check.
Oh boy. Skills, acrobatics. Oh, yeah, I don't have the benefits that I would like in this.
Pull!
Oh no.
Scoosh. All right, this is noted. Continue.
Moriarty is gonna like quickly get up and quickly get dressed. Start getting dressed in like a panic.
Don't worry. You and Rosalia's secret is safe with me, though, still.
What?
Yeah, that she's in love with you.
She what?
She's in love with you.
She's in love with me?
That's what Gar said.
Why does Gar think that?
That's what he told me. And she's just trying to play hard to get and keep it secret.
Oh, you are so getting exercised.
Don't worry, I can run.
Oh, that was supposed to be sense motive. Which is only a +9, so -5 from that.
I am telling the truth. This is as far as I know the truth.
I know, but like Moriarty still just like squints at you for like an extra long second, then he just goes, "Huh? Huh?"
Yeah, apparently she.
And you just threw her out the window, God! And he just starts getting dressed a little bit more panicked now.
I mean,
All right.
She tried to rip my skeleton out, and then I put her in a pool of water that was also made of shadows for a minute, and then threw her out the window, and we're good now.
What? Did this just happen while I was sleeping?
Yes.
I thought I did a pretty good job. I could have drowned her or crushed her into little bits, but I didn't.
Did you? What? What happened?
She tried to rip my bones out of my body, and it hurt.
Why?
Because I think I accidentally annoyed her because I knew her secret.
Oh. Why did you tell her?
Because she wasn't sure if she wanted to be with you, and I wanted to make sure that your guys' relationship wasn't going to be compromised by something that I did. So I was trying to tell her that she needed to support it, and she needed to make sure that her bond with you would not be broken.
I'm going to bribe
Even if
Karen,
it means I
and you
gotta
are
throw
going
her
to
out a
wait on the
window.
shores of the river Styx for all of eternity.
So while
I'm
this
sorry.
heartfelt conversation was going on, Rose, you're currently being hurled ass over tea kettle towards the water.
I'm assuming that because I failed the acrobatics check, I just go full skipping stone.
Oh yeah, you're getting sent. And you do not get to reduce the damage because you failed the acrobatics check.
I'm sorry,
much
Kemo,
did
that
I-
Rose jumped your bones.
So first, roll 2d3. This is non-lethal.
Do
All right. And next, roll 6d6. This will be lethal damage.
oh my god.
I didn't think it would be that much damage.
It may end up being fatal damage.
I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be any damage at all.
There's theoretically enough damage here to kill me.
Theoretically.
Okay, 26, that's 36, and then I am overkilled by 1, which is going to trigger necrotic heart.
Oh no, you're not.
That's 26
non-lethal.
damage.
The 5 was non-lethal.
Okay, so I'm just unconscious in the water, which I don't know if that would trigger necrotic heart or not. It says anytime my health hits that number. It doesn't specify whether it's lethal or non-lethal.
Okay, so when it comes to non-lethal damage in Pathfinder, the way that it works is that non-lethal damage is a separate health bar to your normal health bar.
You are still safe.
You're safe for now. Well, technically, okay. So what happens
isn't
that
it like lethal damage reduces your total health, but then like whatever's left is basically the non-lethal health bar?
Yes, but she's safe because it's 24 due to damage reduction.
Oh shit, yeah, thank you. I did
Right.
not think of... Does this count as bludgeoning?
Well, I thought she was
yes.
safe because the non-lethal damage was dealt first,
Well, no,
and if it was
just
dealt
counts-
second...
No.
If it counts as bludgeoning, it's actually 4 reduction, not 2.
No, because
Bludgeoning and magic,
so
I get the extra
the
bonus, too.
parentheses is what bypasses that damage reduction. So you don't get the 4 if it's bludgeoning or magic.
Oh.
That's the way it works. So when you see that, that's what bypasses your damage reduction.
Oh, either way. So
So
20...
you are at
1 hit point.
6 HP. You're at 6 HP and you have 5 non-lethal damage. If you take any more non-lethal damage, you will pass out. For now, you're safe.
She's just laying in the water, looking up at the sky, letting the waves bring her back to shore. Just like, this is my fucking life now.
Must be nice.
You are
being
going
able
to need to
float.
make you are going to need to make a swim check if you don't want to float down. If you don't want to sink.
Swim. I have a -3 to swim.
You're fine.
Yeah, if you failed that, I would have just said, "We will."
So you're fine.
So,
What do you want to do?
That's Rose's morning. When she gets back to shore, she's just gonna say fuck it and go back to the brig. The only safe place she can sleep because it's got a fucking locked, barred door.
When she gets back
Alright.
to shore, Moriarty's going to be there.
Waiting to
Kemo.
check on his beloved.
Kemo would have followed Moriarty.
Yeah, Rose is just gonna slowly drift to the shore until she washes up on it, not even bothering to really swim, just a dead man float.
Face down, dead man float.
No, face up. She does need to breathe.
Sorry, I just like the picture of her being brought to shore face down, and she's just like, "Meh."
So she's just laying on the beach, staring up at the sky. Just, this is my life now.
You recognize that normally this water is supposed to feel cold to people at this time of day, but no, it just feels like water to you.
Well, yeah, because I do have that perk.
Yes.
It's only because of undead perks that I'm even alive right now.
Also, I do think that the water is actually warmer at night.
So it depends. Right now you're about to hit morning, so it's colder.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Moriarty is there on the beach, and he's like calling out, "Rosalia!"
That would be the continuation of this nightmare.
you okay,
Rosalia, my
Rosalia?
love, please be alive.
She's not gonna get up. She's just gonna stay there staring up at the sky. Just like, nope. I'm not participating in this madness anymore.
How long would it take us to find Rosalia?
I don't know. Roll a perception check.
Well, there can't be too many waterlogged, robed figures on the beach.
Right.
Well,
but it
it's
is, like,
Moriarty asking.
it's dark. We find you.
Yeah, you are definitely spotted.
Hold up.
And you just hear the.
Did you include
footsteps
the
of
-5?
Moriarty
-5.
did not, but I am including that in the DC.
-5 for what? Oh yeah,
You
that's
You
got
right.
it.
had a
chat.
you had a card.
Right. Okay. Well, that -5 is gone now. Thank goodness.
Hey, Rosalia, are you alright? Kemo just kind of reaches out a hand as shadowy tentacles gently reach out to lift Rosalia back to her feet.
Moriarty, hey, don't touch her.
Don't touch my woman.
You already thrown her out of a
Sorry.
window tonight. You've done enough.
Just going to grumble, stick the scythe in the sand, take the robe off, and start wringing it out.
Ooh.
She has clothes on underneath. Calm down.
Rosalia, you alright?
I haven't been alright in a very long time.
Is there anything I can do to help with that?
Slow head turn towards Kemo. Kemo? You've been
Yes,
talking to him, haven't you?
I just explained everything.
I am in no mental state to untangle this fuckery at the moment. I just want some sleep.
You know what? That's fair. Tell you what, you can have the room and the sheets and everything. You deserve to sleep somewhere nice. Especially after that. He, like, shoots a glance at Kemo.
Hey, we're completely good now.
Fucking better be.
Fair's fair. I did promise that I wouldn't cast anything else on him, and I accidentally did it again. One of the downsides of my magic requiring a single spoken word that happens to be part of people's normal conversation. I feel like that was deliberate on Hades' part when he designed the collar, just because he wanted to fuck with me.
Let's head back. And let's just take a nice long rest. You can sleep till noon for all I fucking care.
I'm gonna need to sleep till noon. Everything hurts right now. I didn't exactly land elegantly.
Emo will turn and start back towards the boat.
Moriarty
Rose is going
just, like,
to limp back. Rose is going to do the age-old adage of limping back into the bar.
Moriarty will offer her a hand.
I do not want to indulge falsities. You're
What?
I'll explain it later.
I'm offering to carry you, or to, like, help you along. You're limping.
I can walk.
Yeah, I can see that you can walk, but you look like you're in pain.
Existence is pain.
All part of the plan. This is the start of the Moriarty Rosaria relationship.
Just let your boyfriend take care of you, Rosalia. God.
Hey, we're not part of the collective right now.
Also, another check mark off my list. So far, the Marten twins and Rosalia I've almost nearly killed by accident. That's 2 out of the 3 left.
I look forward to when this happens between you and Timber. I don't think it might go. I think it might not go the way that you want it to.
But an unstoppable force means an immovable object?
No, I'm pretty sure I could probably... Timber's in heavy armor.
Timber
He
can't
goes
swim.
splash. He goes splash and then blub,
When
blub,
an
blub, blub, blub.
unstoppable force meets
you
an
tried to drown him.
immovable object.
You try to drown him. He's just standing at the bottom of the pit, sharpening his sword, waiting. Like, don't you need oxygen? He just shrugs, keeps on sharpening.
It wouldn't be the first time Temple walked across the freaking ocean.
Yeah.
This is true. He's done this before.
I've seen this before. 11 times, matter of fact.
She just looks up at the stairs to get to the second floor of the tavern, looks back at Moriarty. Fuck it, my knees hurt too much.
And Moriarty will move to pick up Rosalia.
Yeah, so just let him carry her to the room. For the record, this means nothing.
Yes, of course it does. An
Hey,
ultimate
Tanya.
enemy of the
God.
bunny. Stairs.
I'm going to kill God.
Tanya. I want to point out
What?
that we already have the chat shipping the two of you.
Yeah, I noticed. I wasn't going to acknowledge it. I blame Gar for this 100%. He started this.
All I'm saying is chaos happens when Wolvens are gone.
So, we are now nearing the 3-hour mark, and this has been very Rose-centric from my perspective. So, considering that time is now going to be advancing a bit.
Yeah, we're about to go to morning, in which case, Marten shopping spree.
Yeah, he carries her back to the room, sets her down. he gives her the blankets and whatnot, and he leaves. He leaves the tavern and he goes back to the ship to finish sleeping.
Okay. So that should be everyone. Actually, real quick, Kemo, what are you doing back at the ship? Are you just going to bed, like up in the crow's nest or something, or? Well, sleep, quotation mark. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I
You
coming back?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, okay. I thought my thing died again.
Yeah, Kerr's just not responding for some reason.
Alright, well, on hold. In that case, we're going to be advancing to morning, and
Yay.
it is time for Marten shopping spree. Do you want to go find people, or do you want to start ransacking the shops?
Interesting turn of phrase there.
My character build, the greediest character build.
Well, it's not like you haven't done it before.
You've literally done it.
I know.
You've also considered doing it on Relago already.
They're gonna go into. They're gonna be looking around the various shops. They don't really know these items. Specific items that they're after, which is convenient for me because I, as a player, don't know what I'm after as far as specific items. But what they are looking for are ways to increase their, to make it harder to resist their various spells. So basically increasing save DC, as well as they are looking for, there was something else. And my brain just completely blanked on it.
I'm going to step away for just a second. I just need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
They do give mana, yes.
Ah, right. One thing that they wanted to do is go to the blacksmith and commission special tools for them for blacksmithing.
All right. So are you going to show them the motor control that you have with like telekinesis and all that?
Yes.
All right. In that case, they can pretty quickly make you a set of downsized tools that are mostly appropriate for creatures that are obviously larger than you, but is allowing much more fine motor control over it compared to like bigger hammers that like can slam things very good. This is so that way because obviously since you have such fine dexterity with the telekinesis, just due to how it works, and that you don't have to worry about like arm strength. It doesn't matter if you have to hit something like multiple times. It just lets you get a much finer detail work.
That is excellent. That's what they want.
Alright. As for the price of this, so I assume you just want like a blacksmith kit, okay?
Basically, though, they do want it to be high quality, so they're looking for masterwork.
Okay, so they are looking for a masterwork blacksmith tools. Okay. Okay. So, sorry about that. I had something in my throat for a second. This will be. Do you want an anvil included with this?
Isn't there
Or do you
one
just
that's
want
going to
tools?
be with the ship?
There will be, yes, but I just want to know if you want it with this kit or no.
Nah.
All right. Yeah, but eventually, yeah, you will get a what equates to like a ferry with the ship. But okay, so in that case, it will be accounting for materials of smaller size. That would be plus 50 for masterwork. That would be 57 gold.
Okay. They will pay.
So I didn't ignore you too bad.
What?
You just know when if you're with a fox and they're on a date.
There was something else that I was wanting
so
to get
when you
as
are
far as-
blacksmithing, what were we saying?
There was something else I was wanting to get for magic items, but I just can't remember.
All right. Well, these count as masterwork, so make sure you note that you get a +2 bonus on craft checks using it.
Will do.
Oh, someone has a quest for bananas. I'm gonna need to grow some. Kitty.
Done.
I have 5 days. Well, 4 days. But I have the thing that makes everything grow twice as fast. Isn't that right, Cat? That's currently
Oh, we
bothering
lost.
me.
But yeah, that's the main. Those are the main two things that they're after. They're also looking for the post office to, or whatever the equivalent would be here, to inquire about sending a message to Greaves.
It's questionable.
All right. So
They're kind of
there are a
assuming
couple
they're not
different
going
things
to. Sorry. They're kind of assuming they're not going to be able to find what they want here, so they're going to ask for Greaves for getting that from him.
All right. So there are a couple different terms for this, in case you're curious. But the easiest way would probably be via a courier service, which is located fairly near to the docks because, well, obviously courier services need to be accessible by the main in-out area.
They are more specifically looking for a magic means because they don't know where he is, and they don't want to trust in, sending an actual letter.
Yeah. So the reason that I brought it up is because it is an organized thing, so they offer mundane and magical.
Okay. So they wander into the post office.
I'm going to be actually adopted.
Yeah.
Hello?
He got really upset.
You see like a really weedy looking guy kind of like sitting at like a main receptionist desk. It looks like they kind of just finished getting open. And not too many people have bothered even coming in, and those who have are currently filling out some forms. Hello, how can I help you? He's sort of peering over the desk.
They're going up right to the bottom of the desk, and then climbing up on top. We need to send a message to someone called Greaves.
Do you know a last name?
No. But he says he said he was a merchant.
You see him like kind of like reference a couple of papers, and then stop, and then like recheck a couple things, and go. So you're looking for Greaves, no last name, merchant. Would you happen to know an address or
everywhere?
Oh, is this a? That sounds familiar. You'd be looking for magic then, I'd assume, yes?
Oh, yes.
Oh, in that case, here, allow me to, and then he's gonna scribble something down, and kind of like try to hand it over to like see if you can like hold things. This is an introduction slip. If you go over there, and he points to a little like outcropping in the wall, you can talk to our local magic representative who can help you out more with something like this.
Oh, okay.
Well, like.
They will take it and go over to them.
She hasn't fully grown up, so sometimes.
All right. Behind this is a rather bored-looking person in like very official flowing robes, and you hand over the thing like just under like what's supposed to be like a safety glass thing, but you know you can honestly probably walk under it.
They are totally going to do so.
Hey, look, just other side of it that it's supposed to be a barrier.
They're just tilting their heads in unison at him.
You know what? I don't.
I
Why does everything smell? Okay. It says here on the sheet that you're looking for a Greaves, no last name, address is listed as yes. Okay, so you're looking for him. I know who you're talking about. What do you want to send him?
Oh,
The
we're just
address is
wanting
yes.
to. We're wanting to get a something to help us be more effective with our magic stuff. Our psionics.
All right, do you want to have a letter scribed for you, or?
They will look down at their paws and then nod.
All right, and he's gonna go ahead and pull over like a couple handfuls of like really nice looking parchment paper, and a quill. All right, go ahead and list off what you want me to write here.
We are looking for something to improve our psionics. As much as we can.
Okay. Any qualifiers here?
Qualifiers?
Yes.
What kind of payment?
What kind of things you want specific help with when it comes to your psionics, as well as you know, just any more details at all.
Making it harder to resist.
Okay, make it harder to resist psionic. Got it. And how do you want this sign?
We also want something to help us keep our friends alive, or not alive. There's two
Keep
of
us
them
on
aren't
this material
alive. Two of them aren't alive, but they're not dead. So we need something to help with that. We didn't do a good enough job last time.
Alright. Do you just want me to put keep your friends how they are?
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Alright, because I did not get what you're trying to say, but I'll just put down keep your friends as they are. Alright, so what we have here is saying that you want help with your psionics, and specifically making it so they're harder to resist, as well as keeping your friends alive. Is that all? Well, not alive, but as they are.
Yeah, because, you know, they're not exactly alive, but they're not dead, but they're not alive either, so...
All
we
right.
know our
In
normal
that
means
case...
of trying to help them hurts them, so we need something for that.
Ah.
I don't know if you can get in the store right now.
Alright, so how do you want to sign this?
I'm currently in it, so...
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
How do you want to sign this?
Is there a ink pot nearby that they can stick their paws into?
Yes, there is. He's using it for the quill.
They'll just do that and then put the paw prints on there. Again, in perfect unison.
That's gonna.
They never do
Okay.
anything without it being equal parts cute and creepy. You are why I drink, Zim.
All right, so now let's go ahead and put this in our nice little transportation box. Stay in my desk. All right, and then you see him open up the outbox, and there's a letter waiting inside of it, which he takes out, glances at for a second, looks at the title of it, like the from. Sighs, goes back to you, and plops it down in front of you. This is from
It's
Greaves.
the same cousin for each spot.
Oh, he
No, I
already
didn't send the other
replied?
one already. Yes, I.
So does that
Go
mean
ahead,
we don't have to pay for the other one?
Technically, you still have to pay for the transcription, but no, you don't have to pay for sending.
Okay. They're gonna
It makes me giggle.
kind of look at the note, get down,
I did spend some
leaving some inky paw prints on the counter as they are scrambling to try and open it
Do you think
before they give up
This is
and
why you
just
kept
use
saying
their
it's gonna stain his
psionics.
desk.
Huh?
So this is why you said so much that it's gonna stain his desk. 'Cause he knew you weren't gonna like keep your paws off of it.
Of course not.
and I don't
So yeah, they're just gonna give up and then use their psionics, their telekinesis to open it and hold it in front of themselves to read.
All right. Basically, it basically just has like a bunch of pleasantries and says, I believe that I can help you with your problem if you would be so kind as to show up in the main plaza of Relago at noon.
Emo and Rose, look in the fan art channel.
I don't want to. I'm afraid to.
No,
It's cute.
It's not just Kemo. It's more. Actually, Chemo's not there. It's Moriarty and Rose. I love it.
Really?
It is awesome, whoa.
Oh,
You have
no.
fan art,
Hold
Tanya.
on. It's actually not that bad.
It's actually really
Yeah, it's actually
good.
not that bad. Okay, in this image, Moriarty looks more like a corpse.
Oh, like
Money bag.
I'm gonna be disposing of him in the morning.
I'm too tired to get rid of the evidence.
No, don't worry. That's how you make him into a vampire.
Man, I sure
I-
love when
I like-
people are too lazy to get rid of their evidence.
I just like the adorable little napping Rose there.
All right, let's see.
You even did the little one cut ear thing.
thank you for the money. I don't even remember what I gave you.
It's in fan art?
I like the title on this. Fine then. No one has the bed.
I wasn't going to say anything. That was my first observation, but I wasn't about to criticize, fan art.
It is nice.
I mean, I think he's more capturing the fact that you kept arguing about not going on the bed.
So then, yeah, fine. Nobody has the bed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I wasn't going to criticize that, but now with the title, it makes perfect fucking sense.
But yeah, it basically just says to that he can help you if you show up at the main plaza at noon.
Okay, thank you. And they're gonna disappear the letter into their bag, and then just start squeezing under the, or not really squeezing, but just sliding underneath the barrier. Again, leaving several little paw prints of ink behind.
Yeah.
Legit, maybe. I have no idea.
Hey, pay the silver for the transcription first
The what?
before you scamper off to wherever. Transcription cost payment. Silver. 1.
They're tilting their heads.
I want to grow stuff, but I will tomorrow.
But you didn't send it.
For the letter.
Also buy those burn.
No, so you don't have to pay the delivery cost.
Copper and iron to make what you made.
They tilt their heads
It's more
the
if you
other
wanted
way.
it delivered. Look, just leave a silver.
You're not trying to scam us, are you?
No.
Okay. They will leave a silver.
Is this a scam? No. Okay, I believe you.
Sounds like something a scammer would say. I remember this back when the guy was trying to sell me potions of drinking. Ah!
It's just
But
called
yes,
alcohol.
as you leave the silver, you
bottled
could
water.
see him kind of like looking morosely at his desk.
And the floor outside of it now.
Yeah.
Oh yes, potion of drinking, otherwise known as alcohol.
No, it was literally bottled water.
I know, but it seems,
Potion of
I think it's
hydration, you
funny if
mean?
it's alcohol.
It's a potion of drinking.
Look, this poor wizard's working fucking retail, and now he has to deal with this.
Quick question though. Is this technically day 7?
Yeah, he would have just been showing up anyway, but, you know.
Sorry, so if this is day 7, then Rose would also be out and about after she's done with her long rest. Not sure how many wounds I get healed up.
Wait, we're on
Um,
day 7?
Yeah.
Been a hell of a
From
week,
our
boys.
okay, from our meeting with Greaves, or since we
From a
decided
meeting.
to.
From the
We're
last
days-
meeting with Greaves that you had.
Okay.
Because you spent one day basically going around to the various things.
I think the confusion is more, we're not getting the ship yet.
No. This is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Greaves
No.
meeting day.
Yeah, Greaves
Right.
meeting
Yeah.
day.
We've
Because
been
I
in
was
the
gonna
new
say, like,
reality.
we
for
haven't
1
gone
week.
for the treasure yet.
You've
Yeah,
been in
but-
your new reality for exactly 1 week now.
So since this is day 7, Rose would be up and about looking for the meeting spot with Graves.
It's a new day, correct?
Yes, which means you are no longer scavenified.
Oh, it's sweet.
And I need to know how much I heal from the long rest.
Yes. So for long rest, so you wouldn't be getting up until like 11.
Okay. That still gets me up out of bed in time to be there at noon, so.
Yeah, it's actually taking a little bit fast, but I'm just gonna say, 11. You heal 1 HP per character level, so 8.
Storyteller, let me know when the Wolven heal, like, anything on the deck.
Well, they've been hearing people like go up and down like the entire time, especially considering that you have like a bunch of kids running around.
All right, cool. I know the Wolven exit now. Once they're back to themselves.
Yeah, well, now basically like once dawn happens, you're unscavenified.
All right, sweet.
PM.
So, as soon as they're back to their regular selves, the door will be kicked open, and let's see, Ulf and Randolph will run out with their shields up, and Brutus will be right between them, going in the middle with his cannon gear out, and he's gonna yell, "Clear!" And he ports arms, and then Timble just walks out all casually.
All right. You can see that they're that Randolph is blocking like 90% of the doorway out.
Yeah.
And with the other two watching down the stairs into the rest of the ship, blocking that off.
I meant, I meant the doorway into the outside.
Well, yeah, you just didn't specify, so they blocked off the boat.
Oh, okay. Well, they're gonna do that. They'll charge through that door, go to another one, boot that one open too, and then do that.
Oh, so they're booting the door to the outside open now?
Yeah, they're exiting violently.
All right. All right, let's see how hard they fucking hit that door then. They hit it hard, but not enough to break it.
All right, cool. I'll give them a good shove.
Well, no. I mean, like, it swings open, but they don't,
okay.
smash the fucking doors.
Okay.
They open it, they don't break it.
They don't use lethal force.
Tempo's gonna look back, as soon as he walks out and just looks at that doll and goes, impressive. It just goes back to looking at Forward's crew.
All right. Who at 11 would still be on the ship? Because I know Rose is up and searching. The twins are not there.
Moriarty
right
would
now,
probably be there.
Moriarty would be there. Okay. Gar?
I'd be up and around.
All right. Around the ship or around the town?
Around the ship.
Okay. Kemo.
Kerr?
Kemo is Schlepp. Okay. So, you can still...
I'm melting!
Yeah, okay, so you can see two of your crew members around, but not anymore. Besides, of course, your new additions. In the distance, you can hear the thuds of Grug practicing his shot put.
Tim was gonna look at him for a moment and just smile to himself, and then, all right, where's everyone?
Here.
All right, that's one.
What's up?
Two.
Why are you counting?
Hey, I heard a loud bang. I just wanted to check what was going on here. And you can see that it's like this scraggly bearded, very thin human guy with just a bunch of bread in his arms right now.
Hello, Saul.
He's coming out from inside your ship. Behind you.
I think we met yesterday briefly.
Did we?
I thought that happened.
Armor looks...
Who the fuck's that?
Tempo saw him briefly before we went back inside. Passing when he got some food for the guys.
It's
and
one
he
of
asked
Rose's
Tempo if he
friends.
wants words.
Rose's friends?
I don't know what this fun thing is, but apparently yes.
Well, she at least has a boyfriend.
But yeah, I heard a loud bang up here. I wanted to check what was going on.
It's classic Wolven thing. We opened doors. We never saw a door we didn't want to kick.
Oh, yeah, you're well. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Yeah. So, want some bread?
Timbo looks at his boys, and then he looks at the guy holding bread. Kind of tilts his head and goes, "Oh, bread! Oh, okay. No, sorry. It's been a long time. Yeah, I'll gladly take some bread."
All right, here you go. And he's gonna hand you
I'm sorry,
A big old loaf of bread.
Did Timber think he meant something else?
Yes.
Yes. The bard senses tingling.
Yeah. Someone caught it.
Moriarty
I'm
looks
but-
at Timber and he's like, "It's okay, big guy."
I'm sorry, Timber, that you're dealing with the chaotic party.
This is punishment. Timber's gonna make sure his boys get bread before he does.
All right. The guy actually, he does have a lot of bread, so he
Yeah.
hands out bread to all of you pretty easily.
Yeah. All right, boys, eat up. Gonna need the strength. This world is chaotic. The crusade never ends.
Let's see the quality of Vesk's bread. That's a nat 20. This is like the most like delicious bread you've ever had in
What is
your
it
life.
with him? Every single time that Vesk comes near dice,
Yeah.
I
So,
don't
anyways, I'm gonna
He's
like,
stealing-
I'm gonna drag him along, and when we run into like big bad evil guy, I'm just gonna have the Wolven like bring him to the cannon and just tell him to shoot things, and we'll just, you know,
You want him to shoot bread?
if he was rolling nat 20s, I'm throwing whatever fucking thing he's got into that cannon and shooting it right at its face.
shoots bread, rolls a net 20, goes right in the big bad's mouth, and they choke to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is some of the best bread you've ever had in your life.
I mean, that's not saying much. Anything's better than pure rations.
Well, yeah, I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah.
This is like aggressively good bread.
Brutus just speaking through tear-filled eyes. We have to keep him.
You have any cinnamon bread?
You know what? You're useful. I'm keeping you.
I wasn't showed any cinnamon, so.
What's your name?
Oh, yeah. Hello, I'm Vesk. One of your... I'm not seeing them around here, but the shadowy one, Kemo, and the bunny, Rose, they sprung me out of jail last night.
Here we go.
Oh no.
Timber was just gonna sigh, take a slice of bread, and just eat it, you know? Just munch, munch, munch. And then he leans down and gets really close to him. And like is still chewing the bread.
I mean,
You are
look,
never
I
going
know
to
you're...
you are never going to say that again. Timber stands
Say
up,
what?
you know, like a military fashion, looks at his boys and just yells, "Redacted!"
A chorus of metal thumps as they salute.
Yeah, okay. Last time I checked, he was an imperial prisoner, and he munches.
There you go. That is that's the mental gymnastic that Timber is using. Is that technically it wasn't a jailbreak, it was a transfer of custody. Now he's not allowed to leave because he's a prisoner.
Exactly. You're useful. You make good bread. Timber will turn back to what's his name? Vosk?
Vesk.
Vesk.
Go
Best,
for the
like
eyes,
the-
Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
And he'll say, the power to redact is solemnly used. Do not make me regret this. And he goes back to looking for where the hell everyone went.
You know what? Well, specifically and only because this guy's retired, I'll allow it. I will allow it specifically because he is retired.
What's going on now?
Don't worry about it.
Why is it what everybody says tells me don't worry about it, it ends up something I have to worry about? Don't lie to me.
Just don't.
Sky God, don't lie to me.
Timber's having another one of his episodes.
Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pick up some of my stuff from my place around here, and I'm gonna carve out a little place to put it. You got a lot of people in here, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, most of them are children.
Yes, small mouths to feed.
Do you think you can keep up with all these kids?
The Kaiserin gave them to me for a reason. I might not know it right now, but Timber turns around all dramatically and his cape floats, and he like holds up his sword. I know for a fact that whole greatness will show its greatness eventually. Puts his sword back. Peace binds it. The Kaiserin would never give me something I cannot handle.
Guys active. By the way, if you want some cinnamon bread, give me some cinnamon.
What's
I
a cinnamon?
teleported bread. What? You told me to. How much? I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
But he was saying that
voice
with
is
Moriarty.
very close to Vesk's voice as well.
Yeah.
I would like to point out something horrifying. Remember what Vesk said about his previous crew that he was with? What is it that one guy did to get around?
Teleport.
I've done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
It is now canon that that's what those two guys did just when they're bald.
So
Teleported bread.
What was being said to Moriarty?
It was Vest saying that if he wants, that if Moriarty wants cinnamon bread, then he needs to be given cinnamon.
All right, I can look for that. Do you think you can keep up with all these kids though? They're all like mildly starving.
They were well fed. Rose went
Were
broke
they?
because of it. Yeah. She had sent okay, so to celebrate the victory in defending the city, she sent Sycamore out to go get a catering service. Then when Sycamore came back with the food and realized, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of kids, Rose just gave him the rest of her money, which was like a couple hundred silver, and just said, just get enough for everybody. So he went out and got even more catering.
Yeah, and then the Wolven came back and also ate a bunch.
Yeah, so everybody
Right,
is currently well fed, including the kids.
Well, that's one meal. They're still probably like still pretty skinny and bony.
It was
Well,
a good
okay, you're
meal,
acting
and
like they didn't take part of the food and stash it away because they're urchins.
yeah, one, they would have
Oh,
stashed
Moriarty,
some.
don't
Two,
worry. We'll beef them up.
Two, we've been kind of throwing money at them constantly. Rose has purchased a large number of rats from them, and Kemo directly gave them a sack of gold. If they can't keep themselves fed, they don't belong around money anymore.
I don't know if they could belong around money to begin with. I don't know these kids' financial responsibility.
Given that they specifically skipped out on education, I don't know how financially literate these kids are. Well, I do,
Rose
but
is
you
going to
don't.
work on that. Okay, once they're on the new ship, she's going to be helping them. She will be holding daily lessons in literacy and general adventuring competence.
I'll teach them how to make music.
Yeah, exactly. We will actually, have, because since it's an adventure galley, it'll have those benches in that one hold. So yeah, she's just gonna have a blackboard there.
Yeah, galley benches.
She's gonna have a whole bunch of notebooks, and there'll be daily lessons. And because of the nature of the kids that are there, she's not gonna make it mandatory attendance. It's just once every day, I will hold a lesson here. If you want to participate, you can participate.
All right, so
yeah, and then we could go up to the helm, and then I could kick him off the deck.
Fun, right, Boo?
What?
Yeah,
Apparently, kicking him off the deck is great fun.
No. It builds character. That's what I did. We don't got a mount. I will take the boys up on an adventure to the top of a big mountain, and then I'll kick them down it.
Why don't you teach him how to use a sword?
That's lesson 2.
Why don't we make that lesson 1?
You only give the swords to the ones who survive going down the hill.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Also, that ethereal influence is accepted.
Oh no.
Let's see
Thank
how long
you,
it takes
Walt.
for them to notice.
Alright, where are the children?
Oh, the children are all around.
But
So
forced.
have some shiny new bits and bobbles.
The kids do?
Yeah.
God damn it. Hey, you there?
Yeah?
Where'd you get that necklace?
Oh, well, I mean, we got it because the weird one gave us all that money.
And you bought a necklace with it.
I mean, look at it. And it kind of like folds it up.
How expensive does this necklace look?
Oh no,
God,
roll an appraisal. Roll an appraisal.
Rolling in.
Oh my god, they're
appraisal.
Jersey Shore urchins. Look, I don't
Sticky
mean to say that
fingers
Jersey
don't need
Shore, but
money.
You have to understand what you are.
Appraise. Okay, so to put it into perspective, these are like touristy souvenir shit instead of useful shit.
When you say foresty souvenir shit, do you mean like they got this at some
Touristy.
sort of
Tourist.
touristy?
Yeah,
Touristy.
Tourist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tourist. Tourist.
Terrorist! Draw sword.
Timber, no, down,
I'm
down.
kidding.
Sit.
Did you
Also-
spend all
Like,
of your
specifically-
money?
As soon as you say sit, Timber fucking hits the deck.
Wait, was that Kerr?
Hi, I just got back.
Hello.
back.
Hi, welcome back.
Did you spend all your money on this thing?
He's gonna nod and show off the shark tooth part of the necklace and talk about how cool it is.
Oh my god.
And you didn't buy something like, say, a knife?
Well, why would I need that? I can just rip my food.
It's not for food.
Factor
He just
general
kind of like
purpose
stares
utility
blankly
item.
at you a little bit.
This
We're
is why
going
they
to be
need
killing
schooling.
things, lad.
Well, isn't that what that's for? And he's gonna point over towards cannons.
If it's in the cannon line and not on the deck, yeah.
He's gonna like bunch up like the cord in his hand and like kind of like hold the tooth like in like a weird way, like kind of like stab out with it, like punch stab. Like he has like the tooth like between his fingers and he's like doing a little like punching motion.
The knuckle
Works.
duster.
It'll be fine.
No. Hold on a second. Timbo go. You know, he takes a knee. He let me see your hand. Let me see your hand.
He just holds out his
Are you
dirty
going to show
urchin
him how to
hands.
make proper knuckle dusters out of his
Timbo's
necklace?
gonna show him how to properly make a punch dagger, and how to properly tie it, and how to properly throw a punch.
Well, he's just holding a necklace that has a shark tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wedge that between two fingers. You have the string giving a back brace.
All
Yeah.
right. All right.
I'm just explaining.
And then when you get up to a target, if it's bigger than you, you punch up into its gut.
You should practice on Timber.
Tong.
And boy can don't punch up into his gut if he's wearing plate.
What should I use?
All right, I'm gonna go see how Rosalia's doing. Moriarty is heading for the tavern.
Enjoy your time with your girlfriend.
Hold on
Thank
up.
you.
Go, come with me. We really need to have a discussion about this.
Wait, what?
Also, real quick, Timber, I want you to roll me a wisdom check, real quick.
Oh no.
A check, not a save.
Yeah, wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah, wisdom check. Oh, this kid is absolutely drinking up your instructions.
Smart kid.
Turns out that Timber is inadvertently an amazing father figure.
Inadvertently. No, this is entirely inadvertently.
Provided you want your child to grow up to be a soldier, then yes.
All right. So, Rose, where are you?
Well, after getting up, she would be wandering around town looking for. Because Greaves said that it would be obvious when he arrived, so she's looking for an obvious Greaves sign. Well, not like specifically a sign, but you know what I mean. Hey, this thing doesn't belong here, or oh, look, this new store is being very loud and shiny. You know, something along those lines.
For now, just like it's a pretty normal distribution. The only interesting thing is that there's more people near to the town square than normal. I mean, normally it's a high traffic area anyways, but people are hanging around.
Well, since she's got nothing better to do other than keeping an eye out, she would probably end up wandering towards whatever the commotion is to see what's going on. Which I do believe that is where the twins are right now.
Yes.
How long would it be for Moriarty to catch up with this as well?
Sorry, I had
Just
a
roll
phone
me
call.
a perception check.
Wherever Moriarty was going, Temple wanted to follow.
The gang's all here.
Except for Gar and Kemo.
The twins are specifically up on a rooftop overlooking the square.
Alright. So they can see Rose, but Rose can't see them.
I mean, Gar's already here. I just need to go, hey boy, get over here. Go, come on, get. And then, boom, he's here because he's just so freaking fast.
You just hear a popping noise and suddenly he's there.
No, Temple turns around, starts yelling at the boat, and he turns around and Gar's there. Oh.
I understand. Why are you shouting?
Because I can't hear anything due to my imperial grade tinnitus.
Timber has a volume under yelling.
A miss. Not enough ale.
No. Mostly because he can't hear himself talk. And he's a Jagermeister.
You have
yelling
a
is
second
his job.
reroll now.
Yep.
And
All
off
right.
I go.
Yeah. So, are you guys all just gonna end up kind of like gathering around the town square?
Yeah.
Just like daisy chaining together. All right. In that case, I'm not gonna like drag it out too much with all that. You know, like, it seems like there is what would normally be like the central fountain has been replaced with a weird glowing. It's just a what looks like a half-sized house with a door, and it just says currently closed on it with like, you know, a nice little cursive hand scrawl on the side.
Oh, perfect.
Slightly ajar, like the side.
The twins are on top of the little house.
All right.
Hey, Rosalia.
If they do see
Hey, you're here.
the others, they are going to specifically try to hide.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to
yeah.
check.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Do I keep my perception from before?
You know, sure. Because that's you looking around for shit right now.
Well,
And I
yes,
assume
but he
this
was
was before they
specifically
hid.
looking for Rosalia, not the twins. Uh,
what do we have base perception?
Okay, so
Yeah, we should have
No.
passive perception, right?
Passive perception is not actually a thing.
Lobster.
So you could take 10, technically.
Lemonade punch and water. As well as
Who fell off the
Oh my
roof?
god. What
Well,
happened?
I need to roll
they
a
are
3 or
very
higher.
obvious. They are very obviously scrambling to the other side of the roof.
because of not
Hey,
just being-
Taldarius, should I should I roll a dex save to avoid falling shingles?
Uh, So, no, but there is like a very obvious like, oh no, hide movement, and like you see two figures like scamper across the tall like the tiny roof of the hut.
What are you guys looking at?
Oh, the Martens are up there. They're scampering around on the rooftop.
Just out of shits and giggles. There it is. There we go. Yeah, I definitely saw them.
What are they doing up there?
Probably the same thing we're
Mean
doing
Martens.
down here.
I mean, fair. They're just. Why are they on the? Yeah, whatever. Who knows what the Martens do? Anyways. Yeah, no, I wanted to check up on you after last night and everything.
Okay, Moriarty. At some point in time, there was some sort of miscommunication. I don't know where or how it happened, but for whatever reason, everybody seems to think that I've got the hots for you.
Listen. It doesn't. I don't need you to try to explain it away.
It's okay. You can embrace your feelings, Rosalia.
You know them to be true.
You know, I know you've had your trouble in the past with carnivores.
I'll be right
and
back.
At the very least, I am very appreciative of you trying to overcome that, in a sense. And you know, you know...
You know what I see when I look at you, Moriarty? I see a row of teeth. That is what I see.
Right, and you know, I am happy to help you not see that.
This is just my curse now.
Rose tugging a little bit at the collar.
Yeah, you're rubbing at the collar. Yep, this is just my curse now. How about this, Moriarty? How about you grow a pair of antlers and some hooves, and then we'll have this discussion again. How's that sound?
I'm back.
Twins can help with that.
That's why the timing on that was perfect. Was just picturing that's Moriarty instantly back. Like, okay, I'm back. Has antlers and hooves. How the fuck?
Oh. I'm just gonna pretend that Timbo didn't hear anything because he's deaf. And he's still trying to look for the Martens, even though...
Hey everyone, what's going on?
Moriarty, I have zero romantic interest in corpse eaters, okay?
Well, it's a good thing I don't eat corpses then, fuck.
Carnivores. Sorry, I shouldn't be using such insulting terms. I don't even know if you process that as an insult. It's what
That is
call
insulting, yes. I don't eat dead bodies.
Guys, have you seen the Martens?
Yeah, no, they're up.
Where's our buddies?
They're up
They're
on
up
the roof.
in
No,
roof. There.
Moriarty. Meat is cut from a corpse.
No, I understand that.
And to call your kind corpse eaters when you're not listening.
Rosalia, meat is prepared from animals. Not
corpses.
I understand you had a bad experience because people ate your people, which honestly is barbaric.
It's
I
bad
eat things like
experience.
fish.
There's a culture. It's still dead fish. Look, there's a culture divide. Okay.
Tim, Tom, where are you?
Right, but despite that cultural divide, you want this party to function and be more like a family, and you want to grow closer to the lot of us, and I understand that, and
Okay,
so
look,
I
yes,
can see
family,
that you
yes.
are you're making an attempt to look past that, right?
In a plutonic sense, or platonic, plutonic, whatever.
Hey,
Well, yes, I know you don't want to be with everyone here.
I don't want to be with anyone here.
Listen, Rosalia, the writing's on the wall, you know?
Yeah, because
It's
you graffitied it there.
no. Rosalia, you came to check up on me when I was going to the tavern. You offered to make me your vampire thrall. Like, I don't. It's weird to me, I'm going to be honest, but it's nice of you. And I'm willing to try to put aside my biases because I see that you're trying to.
You just see like Temple desperately in the background, like kind of doing a little jump and like pulling himself up to look over on top of roofs.
The twins are currently climbing along the walls of the house to stay on the opposite side of everybody else.
Yeah, Temple just does his whole. He's walking around and they're on the opposite side.
They are not responding to anyone.
Moriarty,
Joke.
I went to check up on you because I was concerned that you were thinking about leaving the crew. And you are a functional piece of the crew. A warren sticks together. That's why I went looking. It has nothing to do with any romantic interests whatsoever.
Okay, then why would you want to make me your vampire thing? That honestly sounds really weirdly sexual.
Because you're one of the few people in this crew that I can actually carry on a conversation. You piss me off sometimes, you're annoying, but you're endearing. And I realize what's at the end of the road for me has an unfortunate version of immortality. I would like to think that I have somebody that can be there with me throughout it. That is not meant to be there as a romantic partner. Just as somebody to talk with. Having a friend for eternity is a hell of a lot better than being alone for eternity.
You know, I understand the mental push that you're putting here on yourself, given your past traumas. But this really, really sounds like you want someone to love.
Buddy!
Platonic love. Familial love. I have no interest in anything romantic.
But why though? Why do you not think that you don't deserve that? Because I'm assuming it's because you don't think you deserve it.
I am physically cursed. I am slowly rotting from the inside, and I'm going to eventually turn into an evil life form that sucks the life and joy out of the world around it. What part of that sounds like a romantic partner?
Will you be sentient?
Technically.
There you go.
You have the lowest standards of any life form that I have ever met. And I
I
mean
keep
that in a
screaming in my
weirdly
head.
endearing way.
Sorry. I
Yeah,
keep
I
screaming in my head. I can't hear him. Where'd they go?
I understand that sounds like low standards, but my point here being that people deserve love. You know, if you're going to be turning into this horrible thing, I think it would be at least a little less horrible if you had someone to love with you. You know? Maybe you wouldn't be as horrible as you seem to think that you will be. You know, maybe with that care and tenderness, maybe you wouldn't be something so evil or hated or despised or despicable.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet
Hey, look,
shall
literally
not
anything
fall.
else.
So it's gonna be-
my stream with 14 viewers.
Jettle! Or hi, Des. I don't really know which name to refer to you by on here because you go by both names. But anyways, hello! Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in, everybody. How was your art stream? For those that don't know, Jettle does art. They do very good art, in my opinion. Primarily transformation stuff. And today in particular, they were doing a sketch stream. Request stream, so, you know, do make sure you check out Jettle's channel, hit that heart above the chat, and go check out Jettle. They just also recently got affiliate, so there's that as well. For those that are coming in, we are doing our Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder game right now. It is... we're in a little bit of a tense moment, but I think the players are appreciating the distraction, or at least one of them, because one of them is not... So, to set the scene for those coming in, Rosalia has feelings for Moriarty, which which she is refusing to admit to, and
They do not exist.
Moriarty is trying to get her to just accept that it's okay to love. It's okay to care for each other. Yes, exactly.
Bar and
Spaz.
Kemo had a serious breakdown in communication that resulted in them thinking that Rose is hiding feelings for Moriarty. Moriarty found out about this erroneous rumor and is now trying desperately to convince Rose that she deserves love, despite that she's slowly turning into a lich.
She's just being sundry.
By the way, you know what my favorite part about this episode is? I named it the new ship because I thought we would get to the actual ship. This question in its head, it's all been a romantic
oh my God,
new
I
ship.
just realized that. Holy shit.
You're welcome.
I was gonna say, and Tim was desperately trying to find Tim and Tom. Like he grabbed, he's got a piece of paper and he's like drawing pictures and he's like terrorizing random civilians. Have you seen this?
I assume that like one of the citizens eventually who just made their check just like points up at the Martens.
Yeah, but
before they scamper by.
Yeah, and then
Zim, could you add quotation marks to that so it's the new ship?
I'm fine with that.
No, Wostein, it's Tim and Tam, and yes, I will absolutely do that.
Actually, it's Tim and Tom.
Yeah, it's Tim and Tom, sorry. Or
Actually,
Tom
you know
and
what
Tim,
she's going to do?
But yeah, welcome in. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me, Jettle. Welcome, Zorkid. Hello, Lord Mongoose. Hello there, Nason. I'm hoping I said that right. And yeah, thank you all. Thank you for sharing your community. Make sure you all hit that follow button and come join us again and enjoy the story as it unfolds. We'll get back into the game now.
All right.
Okay, you know what Rose is going to do? She's going to take one of
Hildar.
Moriarty's hands with hers, then take the other hand. Then she's going to tightly grip both of them. This means the palm of the chromatic armlet will be being pressed against his hand.
Joke.
And she's going to turn on the fear aura while she's holding both of his hands tightly.
And thus disperse the crowd.
What
It
is
only
the
has a
fear
range
aura
of
do?
5 feet.
It has a range of 5 feet.
Is Temple within 10 feet of Moriarty?
Right now, you're currently like literally pushing your way through the crowd, holding open your Imperial reports where it just has like scribbles and like pictures of your crewmates and especially the Marten twins, and going, "Have you seen them?"
Is there a save for the fear effect?
Yeah, trying to find my casting ability modifier. I can't remember where it is on the sheet.
On an aside, make a fortitude for me, like right now.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you're good.
Cool.
Okay, so the metal of the armlet is cold as the grave, but it's not causing physical damage.
Because he made the fort save, yeah.
Alright, so it's DC 10 plus half caster level plus casting ability modifier. That's the will save that he has to beat. So
what is that?
my casting ability modifier, what would that be?
Yeah, yours, I think you chose it.
Okay, so int, that's plus 4, and then half my class level 4, so it's plus 8. So it's 18. Or you could crit fail, that works too.
Can I request to use the party reroll?
Yeah,
You also have lucky.
Oh shit, I do. I forgot you let me have that.
DC 18.
I need to roll a 10 or higher. Can I use the party reroll?
Oh my god. I would like to point out that this ship has resulted in more inter-party casualties than anything else.
I know. It's
Love has
great.
cost us most dearly.
Love is painful, and love has caused you guys to hurt each other more than I hurt you.
Anyone? Does anyone want me to not use the party reroll for this?
You can use it.
It's unlikely we're going to end up in combat before the end of this session, so I say fuck it, use it.
Anyone else?
Use it.
All right. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay.
Go for it.
Yes!
Just barely.
Here's to new beginnings.
Here's to new beginnings.
How dare you, Dunbrine? No, go away. No. I was looking at Sata's channel. No, bad.
Zim is cute.
So I'm gonna say, if you don't mind,
Taldarius!
For cinematic purposes, you turn on the fear effect, and you see Moriarty like at first start to react to it, like he's like, and then like he's just like pushing through it before he just barely is just like, no, I'm not letting you try to push me away like that. I am going to try my best to accept you for who and what you are.
Can you feel the love tonight?
To be fair, this is more heartfelt than the other option of, oh no, that's hot.
I like
And he
women
is
who
a
can
bard,
scare
so
me.
he's very capable of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Timber just posted his notes in Ascent to Ascend, what the Martens look
I
like.
put it in the fan art.
Oh, brilliant.
I made
need
some
to go look at this
doodles.
now.
I made some doodles.
That's literally what the page looks like in his book.
Yeah.
The exclamation points and question marks. As Moriarty is still sitting there holding Rosalia's hands, he's going to say, "Yeah, I know you came from a place that didn't afford you much love, so I know you don't. You've never had a chance to really feel or know that. I want to give you a chance for that."
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall
Internal
not
dialogue.
fall.
That is Rose's internal dialogue right now.
My stream with 3 views.
Monologue, whatever.
Just shit.
Rocco, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome on in. How was your stream?
Oh my god, I just noticed that Zim actually did update the name of the stream.
Yeah, he did it right after we said it.
Oh my god.
I also have it updated for my notes for the recording.
Oh my
So
god.
they're going to have to wait, 3 hours before they find out why it's in quotes.
Yeah.
Well, no, this has been happening for quite a while.
Well, they're
Well, no,
going
but,
to go about 3 hours into the recording before they figure out, oh, it was originally without quotes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 4 hours until we clarify that.
So Rose just deep sigh, lets go of both of Moriarty's hands, just taking a step back, walking away a little bit, just, all right, I fucking get it. I get it, Hades. You're fucking with me right now. Quit it. I know you can hear me.
Rosalia, that's... No, this is me. Moriarty.
No, not you. Just this whole situation.
Rosalia, I was not approached by some deity or asked or bribed or anything to do any of this.
They don't need to approach somebody directly to affect fate. They literally just think it and it happens.
Do you really think that you're so unlovable and doomed for loneliness and gloom that you think that a deity is going to go out of its way to make sure that you're just miserable?
Yes! Casual, yes!
just slackjaw slowly turning to face Timber. At some point, we became a sitcom.
Did Timber find the Marten twins, or what happened?
To be fair, if this was like a highly televised broadcast thing, everything would absolutely be lit on fire right now on the internet because Moriarty and Rose ship.
We're giving fuel to the fire.
I fuel whatever fire I want, thank you very much.
And don't worry, Timber's thing is just the B plot.
Yeah, they're having this heartfelt conversation. Meanwhile, in the background, Timber is grabbing people, shoving crude drawings in their faces, demanding, "Have you seen these?"
In the background, slightly out of focus, as the narrow, the wide angle lenses on those two.
Yeah, bring it back. Lock the door, bring it back.
Anyways, it's like, well, he's been doing a pretty damn good job of that so far.
Are you sure it's Hades and you're not just sabotaging yourself?
We can have this discussion.
I assume you meant to say later there.
Yeah, what, did it not pick it up? I did
No.
blow on the microphone, I think.
We can have that
Chris-
discussion, is all we heard.
Yeah.
We can
I was
have
like,
that discussion later. Yeah, I blew a little bit on the microphone. I think Crisp was just like, oh, background noise.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Moriarty just kind of like softly holds his hands up. I understand that's, I guess a lot right now, so I'll back off. I'll give you whatever time you need.
Yeah, Tochemay just DM'd me a song which perfectly fits Rosa's feelings right now. I
boy.
can't decide whether you should live or die. You'll probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and sigh.
No wonder why my heart feels dead inside. It's cold and hot and petrified. Lock the doors and close the blinds. We're going for a ride.
That entire verse fits perfectly here. Even the cold and dead inside thing.
Mm-hmm.
The heavy boot steps the temple are taunting with like armfuls of papers and like grabs handfuls and like shoves them into everybody's hands. Guys, you really need to help me. I can't find the twins.
Timber, they're up there. We've already told you. What are you on about? Where did you get all this paper?
Bold of you to assume a wannabe freaking inquisitor does not have things to take notes.
You take notes?
You're not a wannabe. You're not a wannabe.
I am not a
You've only been an
fully fledged
to me.
inquisitor yet. I'm just a Jägermeister.
I don't know what... Is this, are you
Mortis
close to
Diam
being an
underscore
inquisitor then?
lost shared with 100
Well,
bitties.
if I
He
success
aims
in
to
my
pay for the glue
mission,
and
maybe.
props.
If not, well, I'm gonna suck straw to cannon if you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm a dead man.
I understood. Yes. But the Marten twins, Timber, if you just like tilt your head up about 20 degrees, I assume you know what degrees are because you work with
Tempo
cannons.
does that exactly.
They're not up there anymore. They are clinging to the side of the house on the opposite side of everybody.
Yeah, so it goes like to tempo vision. Everything's like blue, yellow, gray, and it's just the islets of his helmet and the big muzzle right in front, just looks to the top where Moriarty said they were at, and they're not there, and it just goes back to Moriarty. And then tempo picks up Moriarty. Stop lying to me!
Timber, go to the other side of the roof.
Hold on a second.
You didn't let me finish my instructions.
Rain on.
Alright, I'm back. People's just getting their bags.
Gotcha.
Listen to me yelling at the mic. Don't lie to me! It's okay. I love Sundays. I get to freak out the neighbors, especially when I'm outside having smoke.
Anyways, go around the building.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
Temple
Okay,
grabs.
don't listen to those instructions, Tim.
Temple grabs Moriarty by his short and like lifts him up and starts walking around the
None
damn
shall
thing.
see me. Though my battle cry may give me away.
And of course, Temple's so massive and covered in steel, and his heavy boot steps are like easily anybody could tell he's coming. So he's super easy to avoid. He does a whole 360 walk around the whole damn thing with Moriarty, holding him up so he can see the exact level that he can see. And then he goes, I keep doing exactly what you tell me, but he's not there. Stop lying to me.
That's where they were. That's where they were last. I don't know where they went off to.
Why would they run away? They're obviously kidnapped. Oh no!
Damn, Dom, are you still up there? Goddamn it!
Temple drops Moriarty. and then Tipple gets this really serious look on his face. He's like, and then he like drops to his knees and he's like, I failed. The void beast ate him already.
What?
No.
Timber. If the void beast ate them, there would be signs. Do you see people running and screaming around us right now? Is the
Yes.
sky tearing open?
Did that before.
At the moment, is it doing that?
Moriarty, you feel like you're about to sneeze.
Oh.
Okay, so Storyteller Temple's got a -1 to everything right now because he believes one of his partners are missing, and he's like super worried about that.
Oh, only one? The other
But-
doesn't matter?
I said Temple gets a -1 because his partners are missing. He only gets a -1 when somebody's down, so he assumes one of the two are down, or both of them are down. So he's freaking panicking.
Speaking of panicking, depending on what that sneeze is about and what Orca Commander's ethereal influence was, there may have been a miscommunication on something.
It's something different. So, go ahead and sneeze whenever you're ready. Congratulations! You have some
Tochemay to
jackalope forms right now.
500 eggy bitties. Rose needs help.
Some what?
Jackalope horns.
Moriarty does.
Moriarty, yeah.
Oh, okay.
After
I
the
hold
sneeze.
something else because of the thing, and it was kind of funny.
No. Mario does a little sniffle. Oh. Oh, I feel congested.
Morty.
Yeah.
Temple grabs him by the horns.
Ah!
I twitch.
I'm sorry. And Temple tries to wrench one of them off.
What the fuck? Ah! Stop!
Timber, that's bone.
He's been corrupted! I'm sorry, Moriarty. This is for your own safety.
No,
Well,
stop!
hold on.
Don't touch! Ow!
Timber.
What? He's going.
No, Timber.
I've seen this before. They grow horns, and then we have to fucking shoot him with cannons, and he gets back up, and you have to shoot him with cannons. Timber starts strangling him.
Okay, because it was specified to be jackalope horns, that would mean antlers, right?
Yeah, they're
Yes.
like visually
Okay.
extremely similar to what Rose has going on.
Yeah, timber. It's for antlers, not horns. There is a difference, and it is they are not a curse. This is clearly divine fuckery, but I am not going to just stand here and let you rip them off.
Never put me down.
So, while they're distracted with this, is there a chimney on the house or any other opening that the twins might be able to sneak inside of?
So right now there is like a little chimney like outputting smoke. But very interestingly, like if you put your paw try to put your paw through like the barrier, like through like the plane of the entrance of the chimney, the exit, can't do anything. It just feels solid. But you do see that there is a communal clock, and it's like 11:55.
Okay. They're gonna hide in the smoke then.
Okay.
They don't need to breathe.
Loyalty.
They'll blend in well with the smoke.
Still hurt the
Can
eyes.
you
though,
please
doesn't
take
it?
your arm off my throat?
Tibble's gonna drop him.
Ah,
Loyalty.
yes.
If you start healing things, you let me know.
Hearing what things?
treasonous things.
Moriarty.
Yes, Rosalia. What the fuck is?
This
Did
is
you?
This is
I've
without a
seen
doubt.
possession before. It's terrible.
This is not possession, Timber.
Yeah. The last guy said that too, and then he started cutting through my lines. I lost 20 guys, and you know we had to freaking pick up cannons and shoot them. And
Timber, if he goes insane, I'll kill him myself. Moriarty. It doesn't get any more on the nose than this. So, fuck. Clearly something's going on. The gods have made a decision. This is the single most aggressive shove of fate I have ever seen before. So, fuck it. I'll stop resisting. That doesn't mean I'm going to indulge.
what are you guys talking about?
Nothing. Nothing whatsoever.
It's
heretical stuff. You wouldn't want to hear it.
Timber like drops to a knee and like scoots close. I have been. If I were torn, I'm a dead man. I have been nothing but open and honest with you. I've even hit one of my brethren to buy us some time.
Apparently, the gods have decided that me and Moriarty are supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, you are a thing.
All right, Timber. Why do you think that?
I mean, we're all things. Hey, you know,
Timber.
Timber's gonna
I'm
like
gonna roll
put
a will
hand,
save on that
Timber's
one.
gonna put a hand behind Rosalia and a hand behind Moriarty, like picking him up, and like gets really close to him and is like, "Whatever's going on, know that I, Timber Dor Jägermeister von Glorious Borkenborg Wormstein, swear on the Kaiserin that we will see this through. I don't care. We are a pack. And if anyone says otherwise, well, that's obviously a lie."
All right,
That means the
Rosalia.
same thing as
Seems like we're
Warren,
good.
right?
Sorry, you go
Moriarty.
first.
We're gonna do everything together. We're gonna eat together. We're gonna shower together. We're gonna sleep together. We're gonna
maybe
share
not.
kills together. We're gonna
Maybe-
praise the Kaiser together. It's gonna be awesome.
Maybe not some of those.
Why not?
Uh,
That's what pack members do. I slept
Let's
with my
look,
brethren last night.
Yeah, it's very important
Language
that, you know,
barriers.
a boyfriend and girlfriend sleep together.
What is friend? You keep telling me about friend. I don't know what friend is. Please enlighten me.
A friend is someone that you like that isn't one of your packmates, like us.
Oh.
Lord Hades, if you are listening right now, I promise I will stop resisting your will if you just make this stop. Make anything happen to interrupt this. I don't even care what it is.
Chat. Hey, chat.
We're packmates, though.
I was leaving that open for Taldarius.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm directly addressing God, saying, "Please end this. Make
Timber's
something
gonna
happen
like
to change
Timber
this."
like stands up like triumphantly with one of them under each of his arms and goes, "We're gonna be doing everything together. I will be your boyfriend."
And I need a distraction from this. I
Dong.
need an escape.
Timber,
Please
the
tell
bells.
Did you hear the sound of a bell going off? It's 12.
Please tell me the twins just drop into the chimney.
Oh, I was actually about to say that they now drop in through the chimney.
There's some of it put away.
I was
I
actually about to
swear-
ask if you wanted to make a reflex save to not fall.
Nope, they're going in through the chimney.
All right.
Well, Moriarty, Rosalia, I am Wolven. Wolven do not resist fate because it is futile. I am now your boyfriend.
That's not what that word means.
You're our friend, Timber.
I am your man friend.
Sure, yeah. I'm
That's
more
that's
comfortable
much
with that.
better. Oh, it really sucks that Common is his second language. It sucks so much.
It does, just a little bit. By the way, do the horns are they a good thing? Do they help? Is that any better? Does it?
For a jackalope, they grow them once and they last the rest of their lives. For most other species, they shed them annually. So hopefully that's temporary and just a sign from the gods to quit resisting this.
Right.
Moriarty,
Okay.
I swear on the Kaiser, and if you start thinking about like, oh, I don't know, destroying the Imperium or eating babies or
No.
unraveling reality, I am going to smite you harder than anything has been smited before.
Timber, you don't talk to me like that.
Don't worry, we can unravel reality later after we get into the building.
Mortis Diem _lost cheered with 100 eggy bitties. They are panim and antlers.
Tournament.
Tournament.
Go,
Moriarty, it's a tournament.
go. You might not know, but so long as the Imperium stands, reality will exist because we are too stubborn to surrender. And if our will isn't good enough to stop this terrible thing, well, we're all fucked. But you know what? We're gonna stand triumphantly as everything falls down around us. And whatever is left, we'll know that the Imperium gave them one hell of a fight.
Right, yeah. Hey, Timber, do you want to go check inside the store to see if the Marten twins are in there?
Rose is already heading towards the door the exact moment that
There's
it
a
opens.
door. There's a door.
Yeah, there's a door.
Yeah,
right
so
there.
there's a front door. The currently closed sign is currently not there, but there is a sign now that says invite only.
Well, I was already
I
invited.
can't read! Tibble kicks open the door.
Is he still carrying
Uh,
Moriarty and Rosalia?
Yes, he
I would've
walks in
said-
like that.
Oh, you wouldn't have let Rosalia down, so she's just struggling.
Yeah, so you basically barged right past people who were currently trying the door and it was not opening, and you basically like almost kick it off its hinges as you walk in. As for the twins, I rolled to see if you would take damage from the fire that you're landing in, and the answer is no.
Hooray!
So yeah, you both land on a hot fire, and you don't feel anything bad happening.
They're gonna jump out of the. Well, they're gonna look around first for just a moment, make sure that the others aren't in yet. You know, they got a little bit of a head start,
They did.
and then they'll jump out of the fireplace.
Yeah, because the others are currently busy fighting the will of the ship gods.
The inside is astronomically larger than the outside. It looks like you're in like a grand emporium instead of the small half-size house that was in the main square.
Hello? Hello? Greaves?
And just over here around the corner.
They will follow the sound of the voice.
You can just start. It's
You go to the basically like, you know, to like the end of like the aisle area that you're in. up against one of the walls for, the chimney. And turn around the corner, and you see Greaves currently taking a handful of things out of his many, 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 many pockets and putting them up on the shelves.
I should have had this ready sooner. I apologize. I'm just trying to find the art of Greaves. Since we do have some.
We do have art.
He's a swaggle fellow who's definitely not magic.
Now, where is it? Come on. It's somewhere in here.
Well, just
There
let me
it
know when
is.
Temple's in.
Yeah.
Not very big, but I'll stick it over here.
Yes, hello. You got in here quite fast this time.
We were waiting on your on the roof.
Yes, I did notice that. Were you warned?
Very.
Well, that's good. They always tell me that smoking's bad for your health, but I haven't found anything bad yet. And he's gonna take a happy puff of his pipe.
Luckily, I've avoided lung cancer.
Hey, look.
Magic exists. Cancer is nothing.
Yeah, magic. Like.
I know, I'm just, making a joke about smoking. Shush, shush.
As I light another cigarette.
So you know why we're here, right?
Yes. So you wanted a way to increase the potency of your psionics and make them harder to resist.
Yes.
As well as the other thing, but we'll get to that in a minute. You see him reach into one of his pockets and start pulling something out that tries scrabbling at his hand. He goes, "Oh, nope, not that one. Here," and he reaches into the same pocket and pulls out a different little item. And this item is a linked little pair of headbands that are like the thin, wiry kind of headbands that are appropriately Marten size.
They are climbing up onto the shelves to get closer to them.
Yes, so these two, normally they're linked, but for you, obviously. And he's gonna unlink them and hand both of them over.
They'll each take one in their paws, looking at them. What do they do?
They're meant to go. They're meant to go on top of your head. Fits around, should be perfectly sized for you. I checked. And what it'll do is it will increase the DC of any psionics that you use by 1, in order for people to save against it.
What's a DC?
However,
Yeah, raising hand from Timber's arm.
don't worry.
What's a DC?
The information will come to you. Don't worry.
As I ask the question, Timble squeezes Rosalia and Moriarty and goes,
Oh yeah, have we burst into the room now?
You will in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Normally this would do a +2, but for 1. But given your circumstances, both of you get a +1.
He's talking in tongues like those fourth wall wizards.
Well, we don't really know what that means, but that sounds good.
It looks like it's still me.
All right. Now, I assume by now you know what kind of currency I deal here, so let's see what you've got.
They are just going to spill out all of the gems that they've gathered.
Almost like
Which is
vomiting
quite
them
a
out.
few.
A lot of gems.
A lot.
Oh, I just have a couple. Takes out his tiny little magical bag, opens it, and just gems. And he like it's like in the cartoon when somebody opens a bag and just dumps stuff out, and the thing gets taller and taller, and they're just on top of the pile as it grows.
Yeah. It's like if you were shaking someone upside down and like an increasingly absurd amount of stuff just starts like coming out of their clothes.
Yeah, tribute.
Like the mask when they were frisking him.
Yeah.
I have a permit for that.
I have a permit for that. Yes. I see you came with quite a lot this time. Well, with, this one's quite nice. Yes, this one as well. This group right here. And, you see that, he kind of, like, sections out, like, a good quarter of the gems that you have dumped out onto his nice, pristine floor. And, sections out about that much. And goes, if you want, these headbands, this would be sufficient payment for it.
We'll take it.
Alright, well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, as for the other matter, you wanted to get access to something that helps keep your friends just the way they are.
Yeah. we didn't, we didn't keep them safe last time.
Well, I will give you a little bit of information that will greatly help you when it comes to that. If you give me this one, and he's going to show like one of the more valuable gems, but it's only a single gem in your pile.
Okay.
There we go. And he's gonna throw it in one of his pockets, and go. One of the items that the prince had given all of you, the weird little stone that you hadn't quite figured out. That is a group resurrection stone, and what it will do is, if everyone attunes to it, should there be an unfortunate circumstance and all of you go down, you will revive one time.
Round 2. Now the boss music has lyrics.
So
however,
Well,
if you
in
want
Latin.
something else that is a more permanent solution, I will still offer that, but this should be a good little nugget of information for you two, to make sure that everyone stays nice and just the way they are.
we definitely will appreciate that. But something more permanent too would be appreciated.
Alright, in that case, do you want something that they themselves can use? What are you looking for here in terms of exact specifics?
We're not really sure. What do you have?
Oh, well, I have many. Now, in terms of the... what's the word? In terms of the items that I have, I could give you just about it. But there are options such as items that you yourself can use, that anyone could use, that you could give to them, so that way they can use it, so that way they aren't... what's the word for it? So that way, in case there's an unfortunate separation, your gift can still help them. There are benefits and drawbacks to all of them.
Yeah, something where we can, where they don't get disconnected from us, even if that happens, would definitely help, because then we can bring them back.
Yes, a little bit of a range extender, as it were.
Well, not necessarily, like, distance, but, like, if they die.
Well, that's why I said as it were. Now, I have a few things that could help you out. What sort of item are you looking for? Are you looking for rings, necklaces, hats?
Is there something that just us can wear? Or that just we can wear?
Well, yes, but it does help if the others will have a similar item. Sort of way to link it all together.
Rings. Those will probably be good.
Rings it is, then. And he'll go through a couple of pockets, and then bring out some rings. Now, these rings are a little bit of a nebulous size. As it gets close to you, it sort of like fits around the Marten's like wrists, like as it were, like quote unquote wrists.
Yeah.
Bracelet.
But for others, it would probably fit snugly around their around their fingers, and then just all of that. It kind of like resizes to fit the individual to fit comfortably. Now, what these do, and this is very interesting, is should any bearer of these rings be unfortunately incapacitated, then it will alert the other users of other wearers of these rings, and should there be a psionic link going around, it will allow psionics to be used through it. So for you, this means that regardless of quite the distance, if they were to go down, you could in fact use psionics through the link that is forged very temporarily. It only works for a very short period of time. Through the link in order to aid.
So if they die while wearing this, then we can heal them back to life?
Yes, precisely. Should you be able to do it within the time frame of the ring. Now, unfortunately, it only lasts for about 6 seconds. But during those 6 seconds, you can put as much as you possibly could through the rings.
We'll take them.
So it's smudged and
All right.
Is this enough?
So it's either Solomon.
With your pile here, I can leave you with he like kind of like tallies out the rings again, including the 2 that you're currently wearing. And it basically depletes almost all of the gems. You still have like a couple like rubies and things like that left over, but most of your pile is in fact gone from this.
They like their shiny rocks, but this is worth it.
Yes.
And we just lost Timber. Here he comes back.
Oh, he's back. Okay. So yeah, you'd have like honestly, you'd have like enough gems left over that you could probably manually carry it.
Is there enough left here for something that we could maybe like put some healing into to store for later?
You mean like a storage stone, for example?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it would be enough for something like that, but I'm afraid it would be quite limited.
How limited?
Well, I'd say that there could be enough here to get something that is about... I'd say that it would be able to hold a healing effect that is no larger than 30.
They are looking at each other and considering before they start pulling out other things. They pull out an orb of Tanglefoot, as well as... Let's see, what else do I have? They got a lot of random stuff. They got the pistol still. They pull out a child's charm bracelet. And basically they're just throwing random things out that, well, while to them is valuable, probably isn't to him.
Well, I don't know.
Could we get a bigger one with these? The only thing of actual value that they pull out would be the orb and the pistol. But otherwise, they got like pristine shells. They got a shiny silver key. They got a platinum blonde wig. Like,
yeah. He's gonna be like kind of like idly like poking through like all the stuff that you're like just pulling out, and like he considers a couple of the items, not many, and then basically sort of shakes his head and goes, no, none of this would quite make up the difference for anything larger.
Their ears droop and tails go limp. Oh.
But at some point he got really upset about it, so I told him.
Well, okay. We'll take what you can offer then.
Basically took that as like a sign of weakness.
What was it they were hoping for with the throwing everything at it?
A bigger storage stone for healing stockpile.
Yeah. Okay.
They do have a lens. They do have lenses of investigation.
And he said something about like, "Oh, you said you were going to be nice, blah blah blah," and everyone at the table.
Is that like Eyes of Minute Seeing, but like with a different name, or?
It says these crystal lenses fit over the eyes. While wearing them, you can see much better than normal out to a range of 1 foot. You have a +5 bonus on checks that rely on sight while searching an area or studying an object within that range.
Okay. So, it's like... So it's like a mix between lenses of detection and Eyes of Minute Seeing. Okay. In that case, he would definitely be considering that, and would look it over a couple times, and go, well, with this, I could offer you one that does up to 50 healing, or one that stores 2 charges of 30.
We'll take the 2.
You'll take the 2.
Yeah, that adds up to a larger number in total, and you can chop it up into 2 uses.
Yeah, but you could only use, 1 use a round.
Still, though.
Yeah. So it is more, but it's less bulk, in case you desperately need to revive someone right the fuck now.
Well, considering the last battle, we had 4 people... Well, 3 people actually die, and 1 nearly die. They're thinking that the more uses would be better.
Yeah. So, I am just saying that it's not, like, completely cut and dry. There is, like, actual benefits of each. But yeah, he'll go ahead and pocket the lenses, and go ahead and hand over a very shiny stone for you guys. In fact, it's even multicolored. It is a range of yellow and green. Got like stripes and everything.
Can either of us use it, regardless of who's got it?
Yes. Cool. Well, the stone has to be present, but so long as one of you is there to channel it. I mean, with your unique situation, yes.
So
Thank you.
they mentioned at the beginning.
As you're doing business. Now,
interacting
if you
with,
would,
a
he's gonna point to like the massive pile of stuff that you have laid out on his floor.
For the
They'll
visual
vacuum
How
it
do we
back
burst
up.
in?
heavily pushed to be
Alright.
only good inside.
And as this deal is completed, everyone else gets burst in with Timber, like full on like backpack carrying, like everyone, or like underarm carrying, however he's doing it.
Hey, you guys.
And so I arrive, like an unseen dodge rock in an echoing gymnasium.
What?
Or you had something to say?
No, my stomach is really, really upset right now. I'm going to step off for right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back or not, depending on how long it kills me.
All right.
You
Well,
really need to
was
eat
you,
things other than just nuggies.
I did.
You need to eat veggies.
This is what you get for not using the blessed ketchup.
I will say if you can't come back because it's bothering you too much, we can
Could
either
always
do
bitch.
Greaves negotiation some other time or in text chat.
All right, no worries. I'm sorry. My stomach is trying to murder me right now.
Go take care of yourself, man.
All right, I will hopefully be back.
Drink some water and some Pepto.
I have water. I have medicine. And I'm going to the bathroom. I will hopefully be back.
Hopefully.
All right. Well, I hope you
Bye.
feel better.
Salute!
Real quick, is there a name for these items that they got?
And they're just
Yeah. So I'll send you names in a second. I just
Okay.
want to deal with like other people like bursting in now.
Well, when they burst in, the twins jump and scramble towards the chimney again to try and climb out.
Do they leave all their
All right.
stuff?
Well,
Tim, wait, stop. Why are you running away? Why are you running?
Why are you running?
why are you running? Why are you running? Anyway, if you do want to try to like stealthily make it, make sure to roll stealth for me.
They're not stealthing. They were not. They were caught by surprise with Timber entering the way Timber does.
All right.
The timberism.
In that case, yeah, you guys could definitely see the Martens scampering towards the fire.
Did they take their shit though?
Well, yeah, they were hoovering
Yeah.
up their stuff.
Who cares about balance?
They already hoovered it up.
They hit X a bunch of times, it just all disappeared. Buddies! Where you going?
They are not responding.
I even made flyers for you.
They're still not responding as they're running up the chimney. Or running for the chimney to run up.
Timbo like drops Moriarty and Rose and tries to go after him. It probably doesn't walk because he's slow.
Lumber.
You end up with the whole Timbo gets his head stuck in the chimney.
It's more a matter of positioning on whether they get there first or he does.
Oh, you guys are faster than Timbo. Timbo's
Well,
You guys
yes.
are fast.
with the body, yeah.
Well, it's a matter of where the chimney is in relation to the door and in relation to where they were at with Greaves.
Well, I mean,
Oh, yeah, so basically
Well,
you were just around the corner from the chimney. The chimney is basically like in the middle and then offset towards the back very slightly. And you were towards the back.
well, I
Okay.
mean, regardless of wherever they are at, their movement speed is still better than Timbo's.
Well, yes, but if the chimney was
Well,
like right next to the door, you could have been there before, even if they are faster. But
Yeah.
with that in mind, yeah, they'd be up and out of the chimney before Timber could.
Okay, you just hear the terrible thud as Timbo throws himself at the chimney.
Timber, please don't break anything in here. whatever's going on with the twins, when they're ready to talk, they'll come talk.
Hey, Greaves. How you doing?
Sad
I'm doing
conquest
quite well.
noises.
How about you?
Could be better. Could be worse. Rosalia, do we have
That's
lots
almost
of...
always the case.
Rosalia, do we have any gems?
Oh, I have plenty. I also have some items for barter and a shopping list.
Oh, nice, nice.
Look at the two of them. Just a couple out for some Sunday shopping.
Could you let me know if I
You're
can
not
borrow?
window shopping.
Could you let me know if you have extra gems I could borrow?
I'll see if I have change left over.
Much
To my
appreciated.
attention that it might end up being short change on a specific thing that I was hoping to get anyways.
Right.
Guys,
Fair enough.
Yes, Timber?
I think I'm stuck.
Ah.
Wait, hold on. Hit! And then you just hear the whoop as Tibble uncorks himself from the.
Okay, good.
From
I was
the
worried I was
As
going to
half
have
the-
to ask for.
As half the chimney comes with him.
I was worried I'd have to ask for a favor from the magic Mauvine midget.
Hey!
Mortistium
That
underscore lost
wasn't
shared with
nice.
100 eggy bitties. Roll to see if he is stuck. DC 10.
Okay.
That's an easy
Strength
DC.
check.
Wait,
Yeah,
so,
it'd be a
since
strength
some other people doing the bits for influence.
No, it's not actually influence. It's just funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still
I'll-
funny.
I'll do-
Some of the links that are
It's just
Ha!
funny.
Hey, he rolled
Exactly
a 10.
10.
Yeah.
Just as the Kaiser intended.
You see, Orca committed real quick. Because the door is timber sized, like when he was walking through it with everyone. No.
Also, because Moriarty was being carried by timber, he was not vertical.
Yeah.
So, Rose does actually have a shopping list. She's not going to read it out loud. She's going to slide that to Greaves. Item 1 on the list is set apart from all of the others, and it is level 9 healing scroll.
Let's see here.
I realize that's a very expensive item. I'm hoping that it's something that you would have.
Now, you see, the thing is, I do. However, if you're going to use this on the thing that I think you're going to use this on, unfortunately, it wouldn't quite work due to a prior deal.
Is that for the boy?
Oh, she's making sure that only Greaves is seeing the shopping list. She didn't say it out loud what she's looking for.
Yeah, Moriarty has no idea what it is, but given the context, he's like, okay, this is something to be used on someone who has a deal.
I was afraid you were going to say that. That's what the rest of the shopping list is for. On the shopping list,
Now,
oh, go on.
I was going to say, now let's see what's on the rest of it then.
Bag of holding, horseshoe crab, a bird large enough to carry a hairfolk, a headband of intelligence, a headband of intelligence.
I have headband of
I feel like you may need that last one a bit more than you.
I will stuff you in
Imagine
the
wanting
chimney.
knowledge. Don't you know,
A means
Rosalia?
of-
Ignorance is bliss, and I am your fork.
A means of increasing the number of charges for the armlet, or stabilizing it enough that she can risk going beyond the standard 3 charges. And the last item on the list is the pouch of the locking pouch, to have that unlocked, and Greaves would have first dibs on whatever it is that's inside.
Alright. So, basically, so let's just go ahead and go with the. Let's start with number 1 on the sub list.
Who did we lose?
We have lost Gar.
Tochemay.
Kerr. Yeah, I kept wanting to say Gar for some reason.
Well, Gar's also gone.
No, I think.
While he's beginning
here's
the
thing.
list, she's pouring out all of the gems. That's 750 GP worth of gems. I don't know if that includes the big one that Vesk gave her. The Golem core, a pearl worth 100 gold, and a scroll of animate dead. Those are the things that she has for barter.
I know for a fact that you got some of the most valuable gems of the chest with the handful that you scooped out. Did you make sure to make note of those?
Yeah, that's what the 750 GP worth of gems is. It's at the top of my inventory.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I thought you had other gems that were prior, and also that you got some of the gems that were worth like.
I know one was a stall
Okay, so-
sapphire.
Previous to that,
Yeah.
the two things. Okay, previous to that, the two things that I had was the pearl and the diamond. The diamond was used for making the chromatic armlet, so I can't barter that, otherwise it'd break it. The pearl I no longer have use for since I can no longer use identify. And then the fistful of gemstones included the sapphire in its number. I explicitly know that.
Okay.
I
good.
just don't.
I just
know if
wanted
it
to make sure because I
included-
thought you had stuff beforehand.
Because
I thought you were
yeah,
supposed to be well over 1,000.
I think that would be, as far as being well over 1,000, that would probably be the gem that Vesk gave her, the really big fat one. Which I think was an emerald, I'm not 100%.
Oh, okay. So, I'll value that. So, you wanted a bag of holding, first off. Which, he's gonna, like, raise his eyebrows a little bit and go, you do know that they sell these in this town, right? Like, there's a shop right over there. Why did you wait until now? You wouldn't have to pay in gems. You could pay with the
Gems
silly
are all I
local
have.
currency. Oh.
Because gems are the only currency I have at the moment. I'm
Well,
somewhat destitute when it comes to local currency.
well, I'm a little bit afraid that you won't have enough for much of this list if this is what you're offering. However,
Yeah, I actually have no idea how
level-
much the golem core is worth.
how high of a what rank of a bag of holding are you looking? That 1 through 4.
What are the
Or
weight
being best.
what are the weight capacities for each of the 4 thresholds?
Well, Type 1 has a weight limit of 250 and a volume limit of 30 cubic feet. Type 2 has a weight limit of 500 and a volume limit of 70. Type
We can
3
stop.
has a...
We can stop there because 1 or 2 would be all that I would need. I have no idea what those price at on the normal market, by the way. To eyeball this.
So, normal price of a bag of holding. So there's a couple different versions. So you said like a bag of version, not like a minor bag of holding. So a normal bag of holding starts at Type 1 and has a market price of 2.5k.
Oof. And what are the minor bags of holding? How do those stack up?
The minor bag of holding is a singular type of bag of holding, where it it only can carry up to 50 pounds or 6 cubic feet.
Ah. And
That
what's
is the most
external weight
economical
on those?
version.
What's the external weight on those?
3 pounds for the bag of holding on a minor, 15 pounds for Type 1, and 25 pounds for Type 2.
There's
So
also
you
the
want a
option
handy
of a
haversack instead?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's also the option of the handy haversack.
What's special about a handy haversack?
It holds 2 cubic feet in volume, 20 pounds of weight, and it always weighs only 5 pounds.
Is that much cheaper than a minor bag of holding?
The book price is 2,000 gold.
I think I'll just go with the
Oh,
minor
yeah.
bag of holding, so it'll alleviate some of my inventory concerns without being too egregious on the pricing.
Rosalia,
What?
before you do that, realize you have a pack mule who can literally carry.
Yeah, there's an arts and crafts project I'm currently working on that'll require this. Let's just put a pin in the bag of holding on whether it be a type 1 or a minor and just move on down the list and see where we're at when we come back to it.
Tibble can carry 3,120 pounds, and he can drag 15.
Yeah, Timber,
thousand.
I specifically would need to have inventory on a specific thing. It wouldn't be a matter of just having the inventory available somewhere nearby.
It's a carry skeleton.
More or less.
But yes. So, what was next on the list?
A horseshoe crab. It doesn't need to be alive. In fact,
Can't we
I
just
kind of
go
prefer that
fishing?
it's dead because that way I wouldn't have to kill it.
Well, I don't quite know what you these, but well, and he starts like patting his pockets, and then reaches into one and brings out a horseshoe crab. It is much larger than the size of the pocket that he pulled.
I was about to say because I'm looking for something about the size of my torso.
Yeah.
That's what he pulls out.
Yeah, there's one with his pockets. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the horseshoe crab, looking at the pocket, looking at the horseshoe crab.
Think
What
about
are
how
you, magic man?
like as he's pulling it out, like you can physically see it like going to its normal size, like as it leaves the boundary of the pocket.
Stretching like a balloon.
Yeah.
Like, okay, good to see you have that. Next, Valumus, anyways, big item on the list. A bird large enough to carry a harefolk.
Yes. So, I'm assuming that you are not caring as well if it is alive or dead.
There, I'm going to be doing a lot of needlework, if you catch my meaning.
Well, let me see if I have anything. On an aside, how much do you weigh, Norm? With all your gear?
My total encumbrance right now is exactly 50, but I think it hasn't updated since I moved a couple items around. And the weight for a rose is 40. So just round it off to 100. Something that can carry 100 pounds.
Forbidden question.
So you're looking at something like a rock. ROC.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm thinking about what I want to pull out for this.
Is that what Rose wants? To be carried by a rock?
Doesn't necessarily have to be a bird. It could be a dire bat. Just so long as it meets the minimum weight requirement.
Let me put it this way. Rocks are known for carrying away a large horse.
It's a little bit bigger than what I need, so a small rock. A pebble.
Last time I checked, rocks don't really fly that far, no matter how hard I throw them.
It's 30 feet long from beak to
Well,
tail
he's
with an
looking it up.
80-foot wingspan.
Well, he's
No,
looking it up.
I'm just deciding.
I'll be
Okay,
right back.
I'm just trying to decide like what flavor, because there's a couple different options, all of which are very.
Grug would be so proud at my max distance.
I don't know if he'd be proud. I think he'd be more impressed.
Same thing.
If you want it to be scary for her, do a whisper vulture.
No, get the yelling vulture.
The whisper vulture is a hunter taking down rabbits.
It's fine, Woes. Buddhist has a cannon gear. If it tries to carry it away, I'll just have him shoot it.
Rosalia is just like, shut.
The casual wants me to kill the balds. She's given me a gun.
Okay, actually, there's a certain. I'm back now. There's a certain
you're back.
irony
Okay.
to the whole whisper vulture thing. He's saying that that's specifically something that targets rabbits. She's going down the whole necromancy thing. So if that's the wings she ends up going with, I feel like it'd be kind of thematic. Now, is whisper vulture like specifically something in Pathfinder or
Yes.
like a real?
Yeah.
There it is.
So yeah, I'm trying to decide like what specific, because there's like so many fucking options, and you were not very specific.
Yes, you get an owl named Wostein.
That's a bad omen.
You know, I just realized something.
I think I have one that's wonderfully possibly ironic.
Well, I just realized something that kind of actually just works. Also, and if an ironic thing, that works perfect too. But, I have the ability to resize undead that I create. So technically, having it be that large doesn't really matter because I can plus size it if needed, or shrink it if needed.
Oh, okay.
But carry on. What was the deliciously ironic one?
He is going to pull out a. Alright, so he's going to pull out a rather large gear falcon.
I'm guessing from the
GYR.
name. Oh, DYR. Oh,
No,
never
this is
mind.
an actual bird. This is an actual bird. Because for some reason I know way too much about birds. But so they are specifically described as ghostly because they have a bright white plumage and then like black feathers.
Yeah, I'm looking at some pictures of him right now. I like the look of that. That's a
Yeah,
very
so it's like a
cool-
giant version of that.
That definitely will work. Yes. Next item on the list: headband of intelligence.
Headband of intelligence. What rank?
What would be the market pricings on the different ranks?
Yeah. So technically speaking, they have a +2, a +4, or +6. A +2 market price 4,000, +4 market price 16, +6 market price 36.
I could only afford the +2, definitely. The So yeah, the last full-on proper item on the list would be something that can either increase the number of charges for the armlet or stabilize it enough that she can risk going over the ammo count in the way that normal artificers can.
So to that end, he is going to pull out a fully prismatic gem. And your chromatic armlet like kind of already has like a focus gem in it, but it was the diamond that you needed to sacrifice in order to make it. but this one is fully prismatic in color, and would allow you to use it an extra time, just flat per day.
That would be a direct swap out with the diamond.
Yeah.
Well, that definitely works. If we can make then I guess we can include the diamond as part of what I'm offering here, because if I'm swapping the gem out, I wouldn't need to keep the diamond.
That is true.
And then the last thing is this locking pouch. I have no idea what's in it. If you can get it open, you can get first dibs on whatever's inside.
Well, let's see here. I think I'll take that little. It's a little bit of a gamble, but lose nothing, gain things. And he's gonna look over the locking pouch a little bit. Snap his finger once, and then start peering inside.
Wait, you had a locked pouch?
Are you sure that you're not a god?
A magical lock
Oh
pouch.
no, I'm no god. Don't be silly. Now, looking through here. No, that one. No. Here's
He's just very competent at what he does. Sheesh.
Yes. Yes,
I know
that's
it's God when I see one.
You see him fetch a couple things out like very quickly, and then place it into his jacket pockets, and then hand you back the bag. And go, don't worry, the payment for me was more than worth it. Inside there, I think you'll find some things that are very interesting for you, though.
Can I ask what you took?
No.
That wasn't a part of the deal.
Yes, if you wanted to know what I took, then you should have negotiated for that one.
If I don't know, then I can't miss them.
Ignorance is the best defense.
I'm slowly turning into a loyalist.
Timber, what
The
do you want
Kai's
out of
one
the
is
top?
inevitable, Rosalia.
Now, to discuss, not to discuss matters of payment.
So, as for the gem, I'd be willing to swap it out with you for a minor cost that would be included with the diamond that would be handed over to me for the gem. Very much extra, but just so you know, I will do it here at no waiting time.
Yeah. So for the sake of ease, I'm just gonna say that she's putting the pearl, the golem core, and the scroll up as the beginning part of the price, because that's stuff that I'm bartering because I have no use for it. And then just cover the remainder with gemstones.
All right.
Which
So
would
what
include
was
the diamond and the emerald?
So what was going up first? The golem core.
Golem core, yeah.
All right. So
And I know it's very valuable, but I have no idea how valuable.
let's see. Do you want low or high?
I'm feeling pretty low today.
You're feeling pretty low?
Pretty low.
Always take the
All
high
right.
ground.
Well, I would say that this would nicely pay off the headband and the lowest level of the bag of holding that you.
Oh, is that the level 1 bag of holding or a minor bag of
The lowest level, which is the minor.
Okay.
As for the animals, yeah, he's gonna pick out the star sapphire and go, this would cover it.
kind of interesting that you just happen to have the exact dead animals I had on hand. You really do have everything here.
Of course, I have everything, but it helps that you weren't very specific on the second one.
That is true. And the armlet charges, that was the swap out, but it would be the difference in value would be included in the price.
Yep.
Pouch here was already paid for. So what's the swap out cost for the armlet then?
I'd say that would be very well covered by the remainder of your gems and...
I almost wanted to make the joke that Timbo asked for a list of things that Greaves doesn't have, and like at the top of the list there's like the Kaiser's forgiveness. Timbo just instantly just deflates.
This is where I put the Kaiser's forgiveness. If I had one.
If I had one.
Earl. Move scroll.
Well, I would say that I heard from a source that you happen to come into a... what's the word for it? Rather interesting amulet recently.
I should have brought that so you could identify it. How long is your store going to be open today?
I'd say that the reserve period is about an hour.
The amulet is currently being worn by one of my servants.
Ah, well. I'll go ahead and put this aside, and we can put this deal on hold.
Well, if you're willing to wait, I can go and retrieve him quickly.
Alright, he quickly puts the gem aside, as well as your current proffered payment for it.
Oh, Moriarty, Timber, if you want to do anything, now would be the time to do it. I'm going to go get that amulet.
Alright, sounds good.
She's going to hurry off to go recover Billy from the ship.
Alright, Greaves. I don't really have any gems. Can I make a deal with you?
Well, of course I do favors.
Alright, perfect. Do you have a magic item that allows a person to, while wearing the magic item, be undead?
Oh my god.
You're not there?
What was the question? Sorry.
Do you have a magic item that, when wearing the magic item, allows the user to be undead? And then, they can just take the item off and then they're not undead anymore.
So, do you mean undead entirely, or reverse effects of positive and negative?
Undead entirely.
Undead entirely.
But, still sentient, of course.
Well, yes. But I would say that I would definitely have something for that.
Moriarty, I could have just shot you, then bought you back.
I'd rather not actually die.
That seems to be a sentiment that many share.
Now it's to confuse me.
So, I already have a bit of a, what's the word? A bit of a favor on loan with this one here, so I'll make a very similar deal for you. I will give you this amulet, and when the time comes and I cash in this favor, you do whatever favor is required.
Can I put limits on the favor?
He's just gonna, like, raise an eyebrow at you.
Moral limits on the favor.
I suppose moral limits would do.
So long as it's not betraying my party or something horrendous like, murder.
Well,
And
if it's murder of a tyrant, for example.
yeah, no, that's reasonable. Murder within reason.
Depends on the tyrant.
But I don't want to be going against the folks.
Depends on the. Sorry.
I don't want to be going against the folks that I'm with. I don't want to do something that was going to make them all hate me. But outside of that, I don't. The only other thing I'd ask is that it's something within reason. Like, of course, I don't want to be asked to go to fight some massive war and gain you gold and riches beyond what this is worth. That just doesn't seem fair.
Don't worry. Of course, the favor will be very commiserate to the loaned item that is being given.
As long as those parameters are,
after all.
as long as those parameters are in place, then I feel more than happy with doing this deal. I could also potentially offer a side note of if I have gems later, I could also just pay you back with credit.
Now, you could, but that remains to be seen. I want to have it all nice and laid out that if the favor should be needed, then I could use it at just about any time, and I wouldn't have to be on the outs, as it were.
How about this? A favor at any time until I pay you back, and if I pay you back, I have to pay a little bit of a bonus for the inconvenience.
Ah, well, that's a mighty fine deal, in my opinion.
All right, say 20% extra.
20%. That does me very well.
All right, sounds good. He offers a hand to shake.
All right, and he'll go out and shake your hand, and as his hand is drawn back, you find an amulet in your hands.
And Moriarty's going to go ahead and slip that on.
All right, you now have the undead tag.
Cool. Does it make Moriarty look different, or is he just now undead?
Okay, so you look like a little bit gaunter.
Mm.
Like your fur doesn't have like as much like of a lustrous shine to it, but it does. It doesn't like turn you into a zombie or something.
Gotcha. It doesn't make me rapidly decay, and then when I take it off, rapidly recay.
Yeah, I know, right? No,
Recay,
it doesn't.
yeah.
I want to look beautiful.
I don't care what it makes it look. What it makes him look like. It's about the statement of the item.
I like Orca's reaction in chat there.
Hope Greaves is not a djinn. He's not. I know what Greaves is because I used to be DM. I know what he is.
Zim saying that he's a simple gnomish merchant, and Orca is just concerned.
He is just a simple gnomish merchant.
That is kind of what he is.
That's all he is.
Oh, yeah,
he is just a
that is
simple
what he is.
merchant.
So this is around the time that Rose is getting back.
Guys,
Sorry,
check this out. Check this out. He's a simple gnomish merchant. Boom! Timbo does his bulk to see if he's celestial.
No, he's not.
Oh, not.
Yep. See, told you.
So is this about the time that Rose is getting back with Billy?
Real quick. So is there any sort of other deals that anyone wants to make with Greaves?
Yes.
All right. What do you want to do?
This will be for the otherworldly kimono in Rose's size.
Wait. Okay.
All right. So you want an otherworldly kimono?
It's a very high dollar item.
For the favor.
You do not have the capability of offering a favor strong enough for him to give that out.
What's that do?
It's just so you know, it's a $67,000 item.
But what's it do?
+4 resistance bonus on all saving throws, a +4 bonus on all caster level checks once per day, where it can capture a single creature within 60 feet within the kimono. No save, shunting the victim into an extra dimensional space similar to that created by May's spell.
Oh.
Each round on its turn, the victim inside the kimono may attempt a DC 20 intelligence check to escape the kimono as a full round action. If the victim doesn't escape, it is released after 10 minutes.
Oof.
It's the kimono of trap them. Okay, everybody come back. They're coming back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bap.
Yeah, hold
everyone
on.
held actions.
Let's get all the
Communal
cannons.
bunk.
Ready, aim, zoop, fire.
Also, while a victim is trapped inside the kimono's, bonuses on saving throws and caster levels are increased by +2 to +6. So no, you cannot take out a favor loan to get an otherworldly kimono.
Okay, how about a Court of Stubborn Resolve instead?
Why are you helping me?
This one's for me.
Okay, I was about to say.
So you want a Court of Stubborn Resolve, which is still, it's not as ridiculous, but this is still 5-digit price.
Oh yeah, that's nowhere near as ridiculous. Way cheaper.
That one is the one that lets me rage cycle without killing myself.
Well, it still does non-lethal.
Yeah. Fatigued instead of exhausted.
Yeah.
Which is
by the way, just so you know,
day battle.
other people are trying to take out favor loans for things that like range around like 1,000 or 2, not tens of thousands.
Ah.
This is just a reminder that like he's sort of like giving out loans on things that are not ridiculously expensive.
Just let me know when I get back.
Yeah.
Timber, did you want anything?
Well, I would like to know who he wants me to help.
From your previous deal?
Yeah, from the previous deal. And possibly another favor.
Well, don't worry about the requirement for help. It hasn't come up yet. But don't worry, it will.
Well,
as for another favor, I suppose that I could do one depending on what you want.
Well, we used to have, now that we got all these people, and we used to have a buddy who taught us how to walk on water, something like that might be very handy. As you know, I sink like a stone.
This is true. So what exactly are you after?
I don't know. Boots that can walk on water?
That could walk on water. I assume you want them to match your current outfit.
That would be much appreciated. I try to stay in uniform.
Yes.
This is so stupid. I have to share it immediately. I was looking up the value of the skeleton key in my inventory, just in case I was going to try to help Gar with his bartering. I came across the worst joke ever. How do you use a skeleton key?
How?
Put it in a lock and cast Turn Undead.
That's a good one.
I took emotional damage. Okay, sorry, just I had to. That was such a bad joke. It needed to be shared immediately.
This is why the Imperium censors so many things, because if you share things, well, you're just gonna spread around misery.
Sorry, go on.
Now.
Continue with your stuff.
I cannot give you a full set of boots of water walking, but I can give you one with some limits. I can make it so that way you can walk on water for the total of a minute a day. And it would not be ruinously expensive, and thus I would feel perfectly fine lending it out to you.
A minute?
Minute a day.
Well, that's a whole lot better than not having that. It does take hours for me to dry off and, you know, polish my armor, get everything all oiled up. It'd save me so much time.
Now, I do want to make sure that you understand something very specific. It's called water walking because it uses the water walking spell, which technically works on any liquid.
So, like, if I was, I don't know, running over a pool of oil or something?
It works.
You wouldn't have to worry about oil slicks.
What about lava?
It works, but I wouldn't recommend that because it doesn't protect you from the heat.
I'll just have to be
But it
very
is a
fast.
liquid, so it still works.
To be fair, you can walk on lava normally.
I think you'd have to swim through it.
No, it's a rock.
I have to quote Vox Machina here. You are made of hit points. Why is this a concern?
Yeah. That's literally the woven way. Hey, remember, Timbo literally was using himself as a literal shield as they were shot at by ballistas to get his men up into melee range.
More timber.
To be fair, that was
boot
also
item-
like a really nasty fight for you guys.
Yeah, we almost died again.
The real
Against
timber boot item, I'd think, is the boots of the earth.
What's that?
Yeah.
It's +4 bonus CMD for bull rush, reposition, trip mover, combat maneuver. It also gives fast healing 1, as long as you don't move.
Well, I'm already slow enough.
Yeah. So, do you want to take the deal for a favor in exchange for the minute a day boots of water walking?
You got a deal.
All right.
Provided
And
that-
he'll hand you over a perfectly sized Imperial Standard set of boots.
Timbo looks down, you know, and kind of sighs and goes, "The things I do for victory."
Where is that? Oh, well. Because I have been keeping track of how long this has been going on and how far you'd be able to get. You got about halfway back before you suddenly find yourself running through the entranceway. With skeleton.
I guess she sees just Temple tying on new boots.
So he just skipped the second half of the return trip for me.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Else
was
you didn't want to
a
wait.
little disorienting. Okay, so anyways, I have Billy. He has the amulet with him, and just slow head turn towards Moriarty.
Why you bully me?
That was perfectly timed. Oh, you
Heteros.
did it. Okay, fair.
yeah, Tanya's the one that did it.
I'm good with those.
How you doing,
She's
Rosalia?
she's got that quick draw.
Rosalia, go ahead and roll me a perception check real quick.
As soon as I can find it. There you are. This is visual, right?
This is visual.
Oh.
Oh, you know.
I fucking know. I know my undead, okay? I deal with them daily.
Oh, you know.
Would you kindly?
I will deal with that in a moment. I am at my fuckery limit. Have Billy
Good to
walk
know
over
there's a
to
limit.
Greaves. Having Billy walk over to Greaves. He's wearing the amulet of Trelmexian.
Yep.
Trelmerixian.
Trelmerixian.
Yeah, the nom nom necklace.
Trelmarixian. And Greaves is gonna go, yes, and pluck it off of your little bony boy.
Yes,
and
anytime,
start inspecting it.
Yeah. Yes, you should be careful with the end. He's just plucking it right off. Sure, you're not a god.
No, I'm not a god. Again, stop saying such silly things.
Rosalia, I literally just checked. I mean, look, bulk.
Nope.
No celestial.
Nitus.
Now, I would happily accept this amulet as the other part of the payment for, replacing the gem for you.
Well, I will accept that on the terms you at least tell me what the hell the damn thing is. I know the god that it represents, but I could never get it to take a charge, so I was never able to find out what it does.
Well, I believe I can do that for you. Now, this is an amulet of Trelmerixian, which, some people may notice immediately, some people may not understand what this is at all. The important bit is that, given the circumstances that I heard that you found this in, it is much more of a premonition, but it does have the chance to be very literal. So, I would highly recommend that when it comes to this, you take this very seriously. After all, the representations of one of the horsemen is not something to take lightly. And, well, I would definitely recommend that you go and check up on that. As for what the amulet itself does, is, again, it's very much a representative premonition of Trelmerixian themselves.
Well, Timber, you heard not God. I would like my home village to be somewhere on our marching orders in the near future. However, it fits into our current planned routes.
How much time do you think they have?
It's a premonition. We don't know.
Well,
if I were to ask you for a ticking clock on that, that would cost extra, wouldn't it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Do you really want a clock hanging over your head?
Yes, motivates me. But we'll discuss that when I see how much change I have left over.
Rosalia, you don't want that. I was told how much time I have, and I have a hard time sleeping at night.
I already have a hard time sleeping. What more can life do to me?
It could, Tibble Tibble drops to a knee and gets like really close to her and goes,
Oh, he's doing the thing again.
"Yeah, don't tempt fate."
Your breath smells like blood and iron.
Thank you for noticing.
Anyways. So does that come out exactly square for all the expenses, or do I have some change left over in the form of gems?
Well, this would be exactly square.
All right, I'll just remove that from my.
Oh,
account then.
speaking of, and he hands you back your armlet with the gem already replaced.
Wait, you did. It's perfectly calibrated.
Don't
okay,
ask
again,
questions to answers you are not ready for, Rosalia.
I'm still not convinced that you're not God.
I am not a god, but don't ask a gnome for his tricks.
Okay, you know what? That is the least damaging perspective I can take on this situation. Seriously, the calibration's better than it was when I was working.
Now, is there any other business to conduct?
No, that's pretty much everything for me. I've got a lot of sewing ahead of me.
Ah, yes. I hope everyone enjoys their deals with me, and that I get to see them again later. For those of you who have taken up debts, I will be talking to you at some point.
I'm sure if you check in on us in a month or two, we might have more treasures we're willing to trade. Adventurers.
I'm sure about that. You
Adventurers tend to
have a... Oh, go on.
I was saying adventurers tend to pick up lots of random crap. One man's crap is another man's treasure.
You know, all I'm going to say is that it's such a lucky thing that adventurers can't take out credit cards. You just took out a boat loan.
Is that a pun?
The twins seemed very adamant at saying that that's their boat, therefore it's their debt.
Oh, you should know better. That's not how that works.
Oh, I know that's not how it works, but I'm gonna rub it in their face every time that it's convenient.
Oh.
Well, I hope that you have fun. Now, if that's all for business, I'm going to open it through the general public.
Thanks, Greaves. I write in my report that your outstanding
Well, he's going to clap his hands twice, and all of you are now just standing outside the front door.
See you later, Uncle Shio.
Interestingly, now the sign says open for business, and people are streaming in.
So, Rosalia, do you not like this? You mentioned his shenanigans.
Just reaching up, light pat on his arm. I appreciate the effort. I really do. You're giving it 110%. Now, would you kindly go with me back to the boat so that we can just carry on with our days?
Of course.
Roll that save.
If I save, do I have to not obey?
No, it's you know.
No.
Oh,
If you save, it doesn't affect you, and you know.
Okay.
I can't decide whether you should live or die. You'll probably
Will save?
I believe so. Yes, I can double
Yeah,
check
this
it.
would be well.
Hey,
Oh, yeah,
Moriarty. No. Moriarty, add 3 to that.
No,
That's fine. I already passed.
Yeah, but just
Dealing-
rub it in our face.
Dealing with a character who's fighting back a curse is interesting from a roleplay perspective. She can't help herself when she's around undead. She doesn't
That's
even
okay.
realize she's doing it.
That's okay. You just always have a +3 when you're close to temple.
All right,
I
so
didn't realize
you
with
know.
with the headband, that would be a +17, wouldn't it?
Well, it'd be a 17 if you put it on you.
Yeah, sorry, I said +17, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hell of a headband. Yeah, so 15, 17. I'll update my thing here as soon as I find it on my sheet.
If you had the
Moriarty-
+6 version, it would be a 14.
I got the +2 version, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Moriarty would.
I was just saying, you know.
And after that happens, Moriarty would just kind of look at her and just be like, you know, you don't need to use that on me, right?
Use what? Oh, son of a bitch!
Hey, you leave my mother out of this.
No, I was. Sorry. I don't do it on purpose. I seriously don't. It just the words just come out.
Oh, well, all right. That's not a problem then. But yes, I'll be happy to accompany.
I would like to point out that literally every single time that I've used the command word on the party, except for the first time, it has failed.
Fair, you've done it like what, 3 times?
Yep.
I believe so, yes. So yeah, 2 of those 3 times failed.
That
But
is
to be
not.
fair, they are
That
my
is
level.
not an indicative sample size.
Fair enough. It means I'm gonna have to keep doing it then. I have no idea where to put this +2 from the headband.
It's currently a temporary intelligence, and once 24 hours have passed, it becomes permanent, and unless it gets like damaged or removed. And when it becomes permanent, you get skill points, all that.
All right, so
Oh,
once I've worn it
I'm
for
passing
24 hours,
something?
then I just straight up update my sheet, or what?
Yeah, then you can just straight up update your sheet. Keep track of it in case it like gets removed, because then it goes back down to normal. But once you've attuned to
Oh.
it for 24 hours,
I'll say just straight up put the bonus in the intelligence thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Rose is worthy of a nat 20.
oh, specifically when she would you kindly. All right. The next time you would, it's a would you kindly, nat 20 apparently. Do you even roll on that?
I don't think so.
'Cause I don't
either
think
way,
Rose rolls on that.
I will say that I do return cards once the session is over, which we will be ending within the next about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, command undead I do roll for.
Okay. So, but I will ask this: while all of that negotiating was happening in the dealing, what were the twins doing?
While everybody was after they scrambled out of the chimney, they made their way back to the ship while everybody was away, and went into they gathered up eggs out of the chicken door, and then left the ship again to go find somewhere else to sleep. And otherwise, just kind of observe the city for the day. See if there's anything that might interest them.
So there are interesting things going on. I don't know if they would interest the twins.
The twins don't like to sit still, so probably they kind of probably get into trouble.
In that case, do you want to handle the trouble getting into now, or do you want to start next session with getting into trouble?
Depends on how long you think it'll take.
Well, honestly, it depends about how much trouble you want to get into.
Probably say next session.
Probably better to do it next session, yeah.
All right, we'll start next session with the twins getting into some mischief. In that case, as for everyone else, you now have your new purchases, many of which are loan. And what are you doing?
Well, Rose will be going back to the ship to begin doing her whole Dr. Frankenstein thing.
All right.
Moriarty will try to help.
So specifically what I'm doing is I'm taking the eyes and wings off of the bird and grafting those onto the horseshoe crab. Then I'm attaching the bag of holding underneath the crab and sewing my backpack around it. So basically, I'm making a living backpack that has an extra pouch inside that is the bag of holding. And was it the minor bag of holding that I got?
Yeah, the minor. So it holds up to 50 pounds.
So that is the project that I'm working on.
Well, on the plus side, you can't have an upset stomach as an undead.
It's strange that I'm weirdly okay with this. How do the wings work on the crab? Like, does the crab know it has wings now?
Yes.
Does the crab even know?
As far as how they
anything?
ambulate, I'm transplanting the entire muscle group.
And Timber, I believe we have a mound to take care of.
Could you
A
give
what?
yourself wings like this?
That's basically the goal of all of this. It will cling to my back. It'll function as a backpack. It can carry me aloft, or alternatively, I can send it into the air while I'm on the ground. And because of my abilities, I can perceive through its eyes, which are the eyes of a falcon, so they're pretty damn good.
It's Rose's mech.
What were you
More or
trying
less,
to say,
yes.
Cole?
This is the tier 1 version of my mech. Down the road, I may make a tier 2 version.
It's
The
just a
Rosalia
Well, don't worry.
crab mech.
Don't
Hey,
worry, Rosalia is not a necrotech.
goal.
I
What were you
am
trying to say?
Calcium Man.
What were you trying to say, goal?
That we have a little bit of a mound to check.
A mound?
Remember the undead fort that we went to? We need to make sure that that's taken care of.
Yes. Striking your enemy while they're crippled and down is always chivalrous.
So that's where we need to be headed.
Though I would like to spend some time with my new sword and getting acquainted with it.
Oh, the
You
broken
get
Adric
acquainted?
sword.
Yeah.
Timber's gonna go play with his sword.
Oh yeah. I always
Timber,
swing my
you don't
sword.
need to play with your sword. I'll play with it for you.
So,
Hey, no cheating.
Hey, with a sword this great, it needs just more than one person to play with it.
So, I'm assuming
The
that we're
crusade
wrapping
knows
up
no
here.
bounds.
I'm assuming that we're
Let
wrapping up
Rose
here.
talk.
So, Taldarius, after the end of the stream, I would want to discuss the specifics on the stats that Satch will have. Satch is the current working title. I will gladly let chat name my flight pack / backpack / deployable drone if they want. Currently, I'm going with Satch because it's short for satchel.
More like satchel charge.
Well, yeah, yes. That's part of why I'm going to have the minor bag of holding is that I can stuff that full of various corpse bombs and then just have him carpet bomb an area. Like, for example,
I know that's
these
why
swarm of
I made
rats.
the joke.
Oh, Rosalia. Why don't you just get some brave conscript to go up and hopefully not get hoisted on his baton? I did it when I was young. We have so many children. But then they couldn't hold a big breaching charge. Ah, lame!
I just realized something, by the way. Rose and Moriarty are doing this whole Dr. Frankenstein creating an abomination thing. There's definitely kids that are seeing this happening.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I choose to
You don't
believe
have
that some of them
curtains.
have popcorn.
You don't have curtains. Of course, the urchins are going to be looking at the Dr. Frankenstein stuff going
Yeah,
on.
so downstairs we got Frankenstein. Upstairs we got the big mortal fucking paladin holding a broken sword, wrapping it up in chains and praying to it.
Don't worry, you also have a necromancer down there who can help.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
he did pass by Rose working on this shit once and basically go, the old days, and went back to baking.
Which is
Guy?
why I have my Wolven up in my room so they can't witness the heresy. Thus, we don't report on it. Thus,
And
oh,
don't
that
worry,
Kaiser's
if
gonna
you
kill
need
me so fucking bad.
if
Guy.
you need Thatch branded, you have the perfect team of helpers to help you with that.
Sky the Avali. That is my answer to that statement.
Right, Rose? You have a perfect team of helper kobolds to help you brand it.
We'll find a way to make a corpse hurt.
Oh no! See, I have a team of helper kobolds. You mean test pilots? This is a flight pack. You think I'm gonna be the one to do the test flight? All
No, you're
right,
gonna have
you're
Garth.
doing fine. Now bank back to the ship. Distant kobolds screaming.
Splashes in the water, temper size. Guess I gotta try my new boots.
Well, your new backpack flew to the top of the tower.
And then got struck by lightning. It was as easy as flying to the top of the tower. People would have done it already. Like what Fox Warrior said, the Kobold space program is a go.
Kobold into space!
By the way,
Actually,
I
yes.
will say, no, you cannot fly to the top of a tower.
Actually, fuck yes. I'm going with this. When we're done making Satch, and I mean, assuming that we're doing at least decent volume, if we can roll for it, I guess, if you want. Since there's needlework involved, I'm going to have the Kobold inventor be the test pilot for this. He's been so
he's
nice to
foisting
me.
this off on the others.
Well, Rose, if it was so simple as people can fly up to the top of the towers, you think the Wolven would have been able to climb it since they come from a mountainous range?
Yeah.
Come on, inventor. You don't want to fly like a dragon?
Tanya, I literally, just so you know, literally the moment you said the kobolds were going to be testing it, I immediately wrote in my notes, if attempted to be recruited, kobold inventor will foist this off onto his underlings.
Oh my fucking god.
You have a perfectly good dragon to test this on.
Alright, since there will be sewing involved for, integrating the backpack and the bag of holding into this, will we have to roll for that, or is it just assumed that it was okay?
It's assumed that it's okay because of piecemeal reanimation that you have. You can kind of just sort of necrograft them together. Remember, we have flesh crafting
Oh, yeah,
stuff.
just merge the fabric into flesh. There you go.
Taldarius?
Yep.
Remember when Timble picked up all of those null weapons when we were in the place with Gaul's ancestors?
Yeah.
Timble's gonna start distributing those to the children.
So
All
if we
right.
ever get boarded, they're gonna get the shit beat out of them.
To be fair, if you ever get boarded, Grug is going to be a happy orc.
Oh yeah.
I'll make a loyalist out of him.
Now remember,
Look, I already know that Grug is Timber's favorite.
remember,
Well,
when
I mean,
somebody boards,
orcs and Wolven get along really good.
we get boarded. One of the pirates is just like, oh, and what's a bunch of children gonna do? All of them pull out weapons. That ain't right.
you have two children
Right.
working together, grab, and toss them back overboard.
Yeah, how many 5-year-olds do you think you could kill?
Yes.
Because you got a good amount. You have 69. Of course,
I would
they're
rather
all
not think of them as disposable infantry. This is going to be an adorable repulsion of the invaders. It's not going to be children being slaughtered.
Don't worry, Rose. You have the undead trait. You can bring them back.
Well,
and
you're asking
don't
the Wolven about sending children off to war. I mean, yeah,
as
sure.
disposable infantry.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Wolven children might be the size of average men, but whatever. They'll get along the good old-fashioned way. That's how I did it.
Hold on.
Our crew is
Fox
essentially
Warrior.
the.
Fox Warrior, what read like a Dwarf Fortress patch note?
Me reading off my personal notes. The reason it sounds like a Dwarf Fortress patch note is because I write shit that sounds like patch notes.
Ah.
I like how our crew is just the age-old adage of how many first graders do you think you can take on in a fight?
The answer is yes.
Look, all I'm gonna say, I don't think that accounts for that one of those first graders being Grug.
Yeah. We are about
Because
to
Grug at this point is perfectly willing to shot put a motherfucker.
Yeah, I gave him a cannonball. He intends to use said cannonball.
We are about to hit the 6-hour mark, just so you're aware.
Yeah. We're kind of already just in the end of session chat.
Man, I did shot put in high school, and those dent ground pretty freaking hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That would fuck someone up.
Yeah, that's why Grug's gonna use it as his actual weapon.
Yes, that's why Timbo gave it to him and told him how to shot put stuff. Well, I mean, Cole made the mistake of telling Timbo that all of these children are conscripts.
Question, do the kobolds have names?
Yes.
Yes.
What are they? Did any of us ever bother asking?
No.
No.
Yeah, you know what Rose is going to do is when the kobolds getting ready for the test flight, Satch just grips on, will not let go. She puts a helmet on them, puts a hand on their shoulder, speaking in a very sincere and frank tone. I would like to know your name, just in case.
Now, Rose, names are powerful things.
Going to go.
Well, yeah, just like you guys keep calling me Timbo, even though that's not my name. Timbo died up on a fucking mountain.
Well, we like to think that you're every bit as much of a good boy as he was. And that is how you break him with one sentence.
I can only hope to make a sacrifice as good as his.
Yeah. Timber, you're Snowball too.
No, Temple's just the name they give to Wolven who they expect to get extra mauled. Mauled. Not mauled. But yeah, mauled.
Tanya, next you need a couple of those pancake crabs.
I will throw them like frisbees and you're going to detonate them. When Temple finally shows up to the fucking Inquisition, he's like, well, nice knowing you guys. I'm gonna need to get a very big pardon. The things I do for you guys.
Well, shall we go ahead and wrap this up then?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today for Ascent to Ascend Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, whether it is financially or just with your time. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by and hanging out, grabbing some merchandise over at zgfgaming.store, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or, right now, tipping to the channel. Well, right now especially tipping to the channel so I can send it along to Mirai for a nice birthday present. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Rose and Moriarty sitting in a tree. Kissssng.